Long as you got your eyes, got your trippy on them private jets, taking trips. Come back at 6, wake me and your child, and then won't lay today. Make me wonder who you might have been playing with. Makes me wonder who you think you're playing with. I'm just telling myself to keep playing this record back over and over again. Swear that you changed, but I noticed the end. I want you on the scene. Think you know your girl is so funny to me. That's why you think I left by one time. Got tired of your shit, you almost your mind. Long stay, call your name. You'll continue to try to play these games. Leave your family in the cold rain. And I don't think you'll ever change your ways. Cause our house is not a home with no one there. So alone, no one's there. Should I move on since no one's here? You know what you got is good, that's why you refuse to let me walk out to life. But you refuse to match up with my vibe. You keep wasting my time, you keep wasting my time. Don't you on the scene? Think you know your girl's so funny to me. That's why you think I left by one time. Got tired of your shit, you almost lost your mind. Long stay, call your name. You'll continue to try to play these games. Leave your family in the cold rain. And I don't think you'll ever change your ways. Cause our house is not a home with no one's there. So alone, no one's there. Should I move on since no one's here? You know
bring me to so many tears after all these years. See, my days are cold without you. My days, yeah. And my heart can't take no more. I keep on moving. See, my days are cold without you. Without you, without you. I keep on running back to you. I trusted you, I trusted you. So sad when love will make you do all the things that we accept, be the things that we regret. So all of my ladies, hear me, come on, sing with me. See, when I get straight to leave, you always tell me that you need me, and I'm weak cause I believe you, and I'm mad because I love you. So I stop and think that maybe you could learn to appreciate me, then it all remains the same, that you ain't never gonna change, never gonna change, never gonna change. My days are cold, baby, and though my heart can't take no more, no more. See, my days are cold without you, and though my heart can't take no more, no more.
Something about the way that you talk to me, even when you're not around. I feel you, boy. I feel you, boy. Tangled in your love and your energy. Perhaps it was the way that you smile. I see you, boy. Oh, I need you, boy. 'Cause I've been waiting my whole life to find someone like you. Find someone like you. Yeah, 'cause I've been waiting my whole life to find someone like you. To find someone like you. Baby, I want this to last forever. Oh yeah. Baby, I want this. Can we make this last forever? Oh yes. Ooh, 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 ooh.
14 shining stars, big dip, get a lot of haystack gang in the city.
Hello, everyone. Hey, Trey. Hey, D-True. How y'all doing?
Hello.
What the hell is
Hello.
this?
We in the Vertical app. I like it.
D-True.
Listen, what the
I
hell?
cannot.
We starting with the shit already.
Already. That's what I be doing. D-True, do you not like change?
No.
See how little gavel spinning around
Yeah, I
and
see
shit?
it. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
You can make the
D-True.
screen bigger though. You just gotta click on it. It takes all the other shit off the screen though if you do it.
What other stuff?
The stuff that
How do
we
I do
see.
that? I'm not gonna mess
No,
nothing up, Trey.
I'm talking about deep truth that it's not for you. It's but actually you could touch your middle screen too, but you're not gonna be able to see the rest of your buttons. Like you could just have the screen big in front of
No,
you.
I gotta see what I'm doing. No, 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 no. I'm already nervous because I ain't never used this thing here.
Did you get Chrome?
It's StreamYards.
Did you get Chrome, Trey?
I did my upload off of it this morning. It showed me
Okay.
like once or twice doing it. It showed me the little thing, but it didn't stop my screen sharing from fucking up. It wasn't buffering. It wasn't taking it off the screen. So yeah, I think it's good. It's just a pain in the ass because I had signed everything in under the other shit to Microsoft Edge, and I had to go back and sign in everything under Google.
Lord, I got to
But
find
I
my
think I got
video.
it down.
You changed the settings?
Yes, I made it default.
Okay.
I think
Go
I
back,
need to delete Microsoft Edge now.
go back and eat my lunch.
I can't believe you was using Microsoft Edge. That's my thing.
That's what came with it.
Mm.
I just crooked the
Everybody,
motherfucker straight up.
everybody knows you use Chrome. Everybody knows this.
Well, I'm all my devices come with Google standard. This gent didn't. And then actually, when I went to Microsoft Edge store, they gave me like 30 web browsers that I could download that wasn't Chrome. I'm like, what the fuck? Why are they giving me all this bootleg shit that ain't gonna work?
Okay, y'all. I found it. All right, so listen, y'all. Welcome, 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 everybody. Welcome. Thank y'all for joining. Hit the like button on the way in. Feel free to support the channel. I know everything is different. I'm actually streaming on 2 channels. I'm doing a tray. I'm doing a tray because I know we started this story off on the T channel. But it looks like from the look of things that it's going to end up on the Crime and Justice channel. I still hadn't decided whether or not I want to continue the content on the T channel because she is a YouTuber, or if I want to take the whole thing over to the Crime and Justice channel because from the look of things, like I said, it looks like it's going to be a criminal case. But for right now, I'm just I'm gonna do it like this, and I'm in the Vertical app because I do want to reach a larger audience with this one. And so yeah, we're just a little different this morning. Still the same but different. Hey Renee P, good to see you, boo. Hey, ain't going. Hey Danielle, y'all come on in, hit that like. Hey Miss Lynn, y'all come on in, hit that like button for your girl, and we're gonna get it started now. Shout out to I got to shout out. The first person I'm gonna shout out is Sanjia. Sanjia sent me a live stream that was conducted on this whole thing. That's I think I listened to it, and initially I was not going to react to it, but being as though some things came out in that live stream, we are gonna listen to it, react to it, and we're gonna get into it. Also, I want to shout out D Truth. D Truth got me a whole bunch of information, y'all. A lot of the questions we've been asking since we've been covering this. If anybody wants to hit the link, Trey, I am able to drop my. No, I can't drop my link, can I?
Yeah, it's not gonna come up right.
It's not gonna come up right. All right,
Yeah,
so Trey, can you do
nobody's
my?
gonna be able to click it unless they clicked on your video from the notification. If they just came
Can
in,
you
they
do?
ain't gonna be able to click. You
Okay,
gotta put it
maybe
on
I
your
should do it.
community
Maybe I should.
wall.
Okay, let me do it, y'all. Let me do that real quick. There's one thing I forgot to do. Let me do that real quick, y'all. Um, Give me just a second, y'all. I can't talk and I can't do it at the same time, baby, because I swear
It's showing up in there,
it's
but then you
showing up,
can't.
but you can't just click it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can't just click it.
That's why I don't like change.
It's all right. It's gonna be all right. The truth, we're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. Hey, Miss Ann. Good morning. In the office today. Okay, have a good day at work, sweetie. Thank you for being in the bushes. I appreciate you so much. Oh, let's see. Excuse me, y'all.
Gesundheit.
Did you
Thank
call
you.
her? Did you call her yet?
No,
Oh, okay.
I have not. Neither did I. Didn't call him either.
I gave you both numbers, so you know.
I know.
Well, so here's the thing.
What it do, Ken Nola? You is a long way away from the black scepter, sir. Slash B
And I love
scepter.
me some
What it do?
Ken Nola with his wayward A's. Hey Ken. Another tray. Hmm. All right, y'all. I'm gonna drop the stream y'all link on my community wall. So if y'all want to hit the link, just go over there and click on the link, and I will let you up. Wait a minute. Don't want to post. Hold on, y'all.
How many people can fit on this little tiny ass screen?
As many as the StreamYard allows, so like 10. If she got the 10 thing, 10,
We're gonna be little
they'll
tight. We're
start
gonna be
moving.
little
And you
tight.
can change like with the other one, you can change the layout too.
We're gonna look like little tiny dots up here.
Remember, I did it. I think we did it once, or we attempted to when you was on a panel with me when I was screen sharing.
All right, so the StreamYard link is now on my crime and justice community wall. Hey, Farnberry, if you want to hit the link and come up and join in the discussion, just hit the link and I'll bring you up. So listen, y'all. Like I said, I am streaming on the crime and justice channel and the T channel. So shout out to everybody in the building. I appreciate it. Make sure you hit the like button on each one. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we're gonna get into it. So listen, like I told y'all, I came across did I shout out you, G True? Yeah, I shouted you out. I shouted you out. Thank you, thank you, thank you for getting on it this morning. You know, usually you a slacker, but when I need you, you always come through. That's what I be telling
Your ass ain't never up that fucking early sending me goddamn messages.
you. I'm
And here
always
come
up.
here come a
No, no,
motherfucking.
no.
I'm in the truck driving
I'm
and I see a
always
fucking
up.
message.
I'm just not bothering you that early usually. And I bothered you early this morning, didn't I?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was like, she ain't usually up this early. Then I looked and you had a live set for 9. I said, she ain't going live at no 9 o'clock. That
I
ain't
intended
happening.
on it. I did intend on it. I really did. I did. All right, y'all.
Bluetooth
I'm
pairing.
gonna hook my Bluetooth up and we're gonna get
Bluetooth
started.
connected.
So, are there any questions? I know everybody that's pretty much in here now has been following this with us. I don't. Is there any questions before we get started? Now, I know we had a lot of questions initially when we started talking about this, about whether there were charges filed. When did this happen? How long has it been? Were other children checked out? Just a whole lot of questions that we did not have the answers to. And after today's live stream, some of those questions are going to be answered, y'all, because we do have some answers. Now let me put up right now. It's crazy, man. This is crazy what's going on with this, y'all. And let me do this first. Y'all know, let me do that because I promise you, the more deeper we get into this, it's more triggering. I don't know about other people, but I know it is for me. So I'm gonna do that, and then we're gonna put up and the truth. You can if you want to talk about. And I don't know how well y'all can see this. Hey Renee. Hey Sonia. Welcome, y'all. Come on in. I don't know how well y'all can see this on your devices. The truth, if you want to read this out and talk about this, these are the charges, y'all. I
Okay,
think.
so this is out of the circuit court for Baltimore City.
Oh, hold on, Fun Bear. I gave the wrong link and put the wrong link up. I'll fix it. Give me a minute. Go ahead, the truth.
So this is out of the circuit court for Baltimore City. This is all you're going to see because it involves minors. And if you notice, it's a child abuse, domestic violence charge. So I'm guessing somewhere in there they got in an argument and he did something to her, but the court ordered a protective order against him. Whenever you see shall not abuse, shall not contact, shall not enter the residence, that usually means that there is a domestic violence or someone within the family has been hurt. Now, it may not have been her. They may be using that domestic violence against the children because that is still, they still deem a person within your family that you have assaulted domestic violence.
Hey, Faith. Now, the truth, I have to tell you this, and I kind of wanted to say something when we were on the phone this morning, but I had to think about it more, and I'm still a little perplexed as to why it doesn't say anything about the abuse to the child. Now, I know we know what domestic violence is, and usually is physical violence or whatever. On these charges or this right here, why is there not a charge for specifically violating the children?
Because they may not have, he may have did something
And the
without.
reason why I'm asking you that is because the live stream that we're going to get into,
Mhm.
they are saying that there has been no criminal charges brought against him.
Well, you're looking at him right there.
Well,
The the
yeah,
the
those are charges.
mhm,
You get me?
mhm.
But it's like, where's the charge for the abuse to the violation
The
to the
child
children?
abuse. Now remember, they gauge things like this, like SA in different stages. Without penetration, it could be this. With penetration, it's that. Molestation, this. Simple touching, that. But they're kind of putting it all under child abuse.
I
See what
don't
I'm
see child
saying?
abuse on here though. I
Yeah, it
see.
says case type,
Oh, it
child
says
abuse.
okay.
Yeah, case type, child abuse, DV, domestic violence.
They just
Okay.
got it under one broad term.
Yeah, yeah. So it could be. I think. Well, see, here's the thing, though. It they may not have been able to substantiate the truth behind the essay, so they haven't charged him with that yet until they can get the evidence.
And
But
that's what
they
I think. That's what a lot of people have an issue with, the fact that has not been charged. Now, let me give y'all a little spoiler alert. What we're gonna learn, and when we start listening to this live stream, okay? This the question that we've been asked. Well, I know the question I had yesterday was how long it's been going on since September 25th.
is when she found out.
Is when she found out.
Yes.
Take that
September
StreamYard
25th.
message down. Can't nobody
What
click it.
what stream y'all
It's
message?
just up there. Ain't nobody gonna type HTTPS StreamYard in that thing. You take it
I
down.
didn't even
There
know
you
I
go.
had hit that. I didn't know I had hit it. So September 25th allegedly is when she found out and took the children and things of that nature. Now, it is now November, almost 25th. So that's 9, 10, 11, 2 months. And I think a lot of issue that people are having is, why has he not been charged in 2 months? Because he's been charged with some things like the domestic violence or whatever, the child abuse, which, like I said, could mean physical, but there's no evidence that he's been charged. Damn it, I'm trying to see if this thing posted.
Well,
Um,
again, they initially charged him under the umbrella of child abuse, which can range from any really physical touching of any means. But
wait
until
a
they,
minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Which video, Sonya? I reviewed a couple of. I need what. True, what was the date of that video you reviewed? Which one? Which one? Damn it, did this thing not post? My God, today. I'm sorry, y'all. Getting irritated. Go ahead, D True. Let me
so
know, Sonya, and I'll let you know. Go ahead, be true.
So basically, until they substantiate a crime has been committed of that severity, they don't normally rush out to charge you, because then he starts defending himself on that or this and that. So they get him what they can get him on to get him into court. Now remember, you can always upgrade and downgrade charges anytime the district attorney feels it. But that court order shows you that he is not to come near them at all. Okay. Now, the reason they put shall not abuse in there, because if he should abuse them under this order, it actually adds the severity. That's why a lot of people are like, why would you put shall not abuse? Nobody should be abused. They put that in there so if he violates that, that is a whole nother charge that they can put against him. Okay? No contact. There should never be any contact. But basically, by saying no contact, if he should come within any proximity of them, they can arrest him and charge him with another charge. By saying shall not enter the residence, he can't go to the door of that residence at all. Now, Sonia had asked me about the vehicle. No, he had to surrender a vehicle to her, which means they had multiple cars. He had to give her one of those cars by court order. And by saying he must give her a vehicle, it means that he can't take it back at any time during this order. Okay.
Now we do know that she made claims on in that comment on in her comment section that he actually stole the car. Isn't that against that order? If that was the case, wouldn't he be locked up?
If they could prove he's the one that stole it. Remember, millions of cars get stolen every day in America, blah, blah, blah. They would have to prove that he was the one that either ordered it or had it stolen.
Let me say this before I forget the truth. Because this is something that I learned and I just verified. I did not verify when I heard it, but I verified. So let me tell it before I forget it. First of all, Sonia, you asked me about the video with the baby screaming and how long ago it was. Now, we do know that video was put out I want to say 7 or 8 months ago. It was it was 2 videos up. Okay, these videos so 7 months. So that video was put up 8 months ago. That live stream, the one where we heard the baby screaming, 8 months ago. I will say now that she has taken that live down. That live is no longer up on her channel.
Because
you got some questions, Faith. Faith, you want to hit the link if you want to, or you can, because I know you've been following this. I've been watching your community a while. If you want to come up, go to my either one of my community walls and hit the stream y'all link and come up. If not, you can ask them in the chat. But yeah, that live y'all has been taken down, even though we have it. We have it in my live because we reacted to it, right? So we do have it. For those who hadn't heard it, and I may at some point, not right now though, I'll go back and let y'all hear it. But Sonia, that live was done 8 months ago. 8 months ago, and it is now taken down off her channel. It's not up anymore.
Because they've been dogging her about that particular video, where she just sat in there and continued to do her video without going to see what is wrong with her child. And of course, because of the abuse claims, they were like, was the husband abusing her and you were just ignoring? So they dogged her about that video. And a lot of people mentioned the fact that the little girl was screaming in the next room and she didn't even flinch. So that's the reason she took that down, because it wasn't a good look for her. Now back to the vehicle. You see it says use and possession of vehicle, which means he has to continue paying for that vehicle while she has it. He can't stop payment on the vehicle. He has to continue to pay for the vehicle and keep it in working condition.
Does this order right here that we're showing that you're speaking about, does that cover, like, as far as monies, because we do know in that comment she stated that he had taken all the money, basically like he had cut off all the cards, he had taken all the money out the accounts. Now, and I said in cases like this, right, if it's in court, right, the court will order
Right.
the
Look at the
court will
bottom.
order for him, like if he did that, or if he did what she said he did as far as taking on the monies, they will reverse that. He would
He
have to give her access to the monies
or be in
or be in
contempt of
contempt.
court.
So this order right here confirms what I said.
So look at the
That, cause
bottom.
see, it's being made a big deal about the fact that she's asking for money.
Well, okay. It says pay costs, additional provisions. Now remember, the court has to decide what he is liable for. Okay, paying costs means he has to pay whatever additional things are happening because of this. But additional provisions means he has to continue to maintain her home, and he has to provide money for her to feed the
But see,
children.
with that being said, that contradicts what she's saying, though. You get what I'm saying?
It might not be enough because
Teach me.
again, he's only going to pay what he has to and what the court deems him to pay. That may just be rent, lights, water.
But what I'm telling you is, if you remember the comment, and I will go back and find it. If you remember you know what? Let me go back. I'm gonna read what she said. What she said, as far as what she's going through right now, does not say or does not indicate that man um has to maintain her lifestyle. Her comment does not reflect that. Let me go find it. But go ahead, keep
What I'm
talking.
saying is pay costs means he has to provide for the home and the children. Okay. Additional provisions, the court has to step in and say, okay, well, there's daycare, there's this.
Wait a minute. The link,
There,
hold a minute. She said the link isn't working. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Hold on, Faith.
get
Go ahead.
get face email like you did us. So it's really up to the court. But again, the lawyer is going to fight whatever.
When I click it, Faith, it took me to the studio. When I clicked that link on my community wall on the Crime and Justice channel, it took me straight to the studio. Somebody else try it for me.
Okay, so
All
this
right.
this order is for 1 year. Okay, and can be revisited anytime within that 1 year, and it will be revisited
Okay, Faith.
on October 22nd, 2025. So whatever happens between here, now, and there, it can be revisited at any time, it can be changed at any time to whatever they decide to file. But this order right here is good for 1 year unless he can get it rescinded. Now, I'll go back and check every now and then to see if this order has been rescinded, because then this order will change.
All right, let me see if I can find what she said. And I read it several times, but see, what the only thing I'm trying to prove right now, then we're gonna get into that live, is that what you're saying this order is saying, or what this order is ordering. It's not, what she's saying in her comment, it's not the same, it's not, because
Well,
she's talking pretty much like she's destitute and he's taking away everything and she has nothing.
he's
And this
taking her.
order is saying that they're ordering him to keep up certain things.
Yes, but not credit cards. He doesn't have to keep up credit
You
cards.
know,
He doesn't have to
a lot of us ain't
pay.
got credit card. I
Yeah,
mean, I say us, but I
but
do that. A
but
lot
he
of people don't have credit cards, but that's not a necessity. As long as he's not taking the money. She said he took the money out the bank. She said he cut off her cell phone. She said he stole the car.
well, here's the thing though. The court has to deem a cell phone necessity for him to pay it. Okay, The court has to go in because his lawyer is going to ask, you need to specify what my client is responsible for. We're not guessing. We're not going to assume.
Trey, I'm
We
not gonna pull you up twice. Thank you for coming up again on the other one. It works, Faith. Trey,
yeah.
you gonna drop down on the other one, or do you want me to put you up here twice? What's up?
Can we fit? It's getting crowded in here. But
You know
so
what? Shut up, be true.
so all this is saying is, and again, understand his lawyer is going to fight this tooth and nail because he has money. So he got a good lawyer. Matter of fact, that's his lawyer right there, Dawn Green.
No,
Look her up.
that's her lawyer.
Yeah.
Or his.
That's his defendant's attorney, Dawn Green. And she's a
But
very
in this
good
live thing we're gonna
attorney.
listen to, maybe they got it wrong. They said that was her lawyer. So that means that they can't have the same lawyer.
It says defendant attorney, but they could have it mistaken because if she applied her attorney first, it may have come up with that. But that definitely says defendant's attorney right there. And Dawn Green is very good from all the reviews I've seen of her.
What's the question, Farnberry? I can't find that comment, of course. Every time I go to look, like if I ain't looking for it, I see it. But if I go to looking for it, I can't see it. It's weird.
She is going to cry that there's never enough money. Why? Because look at her. She spends thousands of dollars on her weave. She's got tons of makeup. She's doing this. So, of course, she's going to say there isn't enough money. But she's living in an apartment, as it looks like, or a house. I don't know. It could be a house. And she's living in the house. Now, she says that he stole the car, but again, you got to prove that. And he will have to, even though the car got stolen, he's going to have to replace that car. Because it says right there, possession of vehicle. So he's going to have to replace that car.
What's your question, Farnberry? Hey, girl.
Hey,
Hey.
I'm kind of like you. I came in kind of late, but as far as the GoFundMe, and now that I'm looking at this court order, now I'm in question too. Why is she asking for money? Because from the court order, he is paying everything for her to maintain. Any excuse me, anything extra that she wants, she needs to get a job and provide that for herself. But as far as a roof over her head, her bills, food for the children, and whatever she needs for the children, it seems in this court order, he has to pay for all that.
It's an order. It's a court
So
order.
my question is, why are you asking money on a GoFundMe?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He's
And
not to pay for you to keep up your hair and your nails and all that stuff. You need to find that money for yourself. But you ain't got to pay rent. You don't have to pay no bills. He's taking care of all that. So I'm
and from what we saw,
confused.
I don't think the truth said it, but from what we saw, and for what I think is the house that she's staying in, the house that she left and went to, that she's staying in now, is still one of their houses. It looks like they got several properties. So for all we know, that house is paid for.
Yes, because she is in another state from the state he is in.
Yeah, she did move out and I got a picture of that's the brownstone that she was in. But she has moved to another address in another state, but yet it still has their name on it. So it's still their house. So yeah. All right, so we're gonna get into this. What else? Do I need to put up anything else before we get started? Let me see. Oh, well, this is which profile is this? The True.
I believe this is
Power on.
this is eHarmony or this is one of the other dating sites he was on.
Hmm. This is a wedding photo, which is my thumbnail. So everybody wanted to know what he looked like. I mean, his picture, everything is out now. Hey, everyone. Hey, Cammy Pooh, taking care of the baby. Okay, girl, thanks for dropping in. Take care of that baby. That's him, y'all. That's him. That's her. And this is a early on picture, I guess, when they just had her two boys, and she's holding a baby, so they got to be one of the first daughters because it's the two boys, and then she's holding a baby, which is probably the first little girl that was born. And that's him. Another thing too, he's 50, y'all. He's 50. He has been married before. Okay, she's his second marriage. He's her first, and he has a criminal. He does have a criminal history. I don't know the specifics, but I have seen where somebody said several people, and I'm gonna go to LSA too because LSA got a lot. And for those that don't know who LSA is, that's Lipstick Alley. So,
Well, there's
what do you know
no.
anything? Do you know anything about that charge about him leaving somebody for dead?
No, I didn't see anything. All I kept pulling up was just basic automobile stuff. There's no other criminal charges on his record. And they talked about domestic violence over there too. I believe this is the domestic violence that they're talking about. Now he may have been picked up. They may have had an argument before because remember she's accusing
He's
him
got an old domestic violence charge with on her though.
on her on the
Yeah,
wife,
he has
right?
a
That
whole. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Because I saw that, and that's why they added. I think that's why uh,
Let
they
me say this. Let me say this. Now, Mars, I do want y'all to be on alert, right? But I do also want to say that we're in the vertical app, so we're gonna see a lot of people that, and I need to put this on subscriber mode still because I want people to subscribe. So, one Trey, if you listening, I'll do it if you can't. Put this on subscriber mode. Now we're gonna see a lot of people, y'all, that we new people, and if they're respectful, contributing to the conversation and just speaking, and talking and not being rude, not doing anything out of sorts. Y'all know what that is. Then we're good. Just welcome everybody in, and we can get to talking. Okay, fine. So let me see if I can put this on subscriber mode. And yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting, but when something hit my brain, I gotta say it
yeah, I
quick.
don't see it. I saw a hit and run kind of thing. I saw a
That's what they was
lot of
talking about
yeah,
then. If you see a
yeah,
hit and run, that's what they was
yeah,
talking about.
yeah. He did a hit and run. Let me see what his charges were on the hit and run because there's many of
I
them in
can't do
there.
it from the vertical app.
Yeah, it won't let me do it either. Uh I don't think I can do it, y'all. Hold on, let me see. Oh yes I can. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, I took the chat away. Hold on, y'all. Um what do you see about the hit and run, D True?
I'm pulling up the paperwork now.
Yeah, it won't let me do it. It won't let me put it on subscriber mode only. So Mars, just be alert, please, and thank you. Hello, is I saw what somebody said something about living in that area. Hold on. Hey, not was it Nas? What desperation gets you? These women put character over money and status. Hey, Alicia's world. I live in Baltimore, Maryland, so I'm definitely getting ready to find out the tea. Girl, make sure you come back and give it to us, honey. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Sonya said she better get used to lack because if convicted, he would not be able to meet her wanted lifestyle request. Exactly. Could his records be sealed? I don't see why they would be. The only records I see being sealed is the ones pertaining to the kids. Um Sabrina says, hello, is she able to sell any of her personal belongings like her luxury? Well, she did say in a comment that I'm still looking for in her comment section that she was selling off things to be able to have money. I wanted to know before what she meant when she said he wasn't the type. she should be with. I wonder if she knew about his past offenses of DV. I have no idea. And now somebody else said she said that, but I don't remember hearing it. But I could have missed it. Somebody else said she said something like that too. All right, so let's get into this video. D Troop, is there anything else you wanted to add before we start the video? D Troop,
Okay, so I found the thing.
can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. I hear you now.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So
Go
it
ahead.
says, okay, so this is what they're talking about. Failure to immediately return and remain at scene of an accident involving bodily injury. Failure of driver involved in accident to render reasonable assistance to injured person. Failed driver in bodily injury, death, attend vehicle, attend property, accident to furnish, required ID and license, person driving motor vehicle on suspended license and privilege, uh, fail of driver in bodily injury, death, attend vehicle. So he left the scene of the accident and did not return. I don't know. I don't think this person died because then they would have charged him with vehicular manslaughter, but they did not. But he did not render aid to that person that was seriously injured. So this is what they're talking about. And this was in 2017.
Okay, that's what they're talking about. Because I know Faith had it on her wall about him leaving somebody for dead, and I saw somebody else that said it as well.
Now let's see what the disposition of this was. Okay, so
y'all, I'm putting it in the chat. Oh man, I can't put it in the chat. I'm gonna share her out on my community wall, and I'm gonna do it right now. The person that whose live stream we're about to listen to, that's her name and that's her link, but you can't click on it. So I'm gonna put it on my community wall. I'm gonna share it out on my community wall. So y'all can please go over there and check out her channel if you like, subscribe. I'm thinking her name is Nyla Law. Yeah, and she did this live stream 14 hours ago. Go
so
ahead.
he pleaded no
no contest.
Yeah,
My God.
Yeah, he pleaded no contest, which means they had enough evidence to convict him, but he didn't want to go to trial, but he didn't want to admit it. So it's kind of the in between one. So I don't believe the person died because then they would have charged.
Oh, it would have been what vehicular manslaughter,
yeah,
maybe?
vehicular manslaughter. Because again, they're saying he didn't render aid. So if that person had died, it would have become vehicular manslaughter because he didn't render aid, which could have saved that person's life.
So did he so he
Truth, I
pled no
found that
contest? Did he? Huh?
I found her comment that you were looking for.
Can you read that for me, Fonberry? Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Because she's replying to someone else that made a comment, but she says, "Thank you for your empathy. This man has done everything to break me, drained the accounts, cut off my cards, cut off the internet in the house, turned off my phone, had the family vehicle stolen. I've had to apply for food stamps. My children
Oh,
and I."
that's a new comment. That's more detail.
Oh, okay.
That's new, Fonberry. That's not the one I was reading. It didn't say anything about no internet, and it didn't say anything about food stamps.
Okay. My children and I are struggling. I hate to even feel the need to justify needing help for 5 children after a situation such as this. People are people.
Let me say this before we get into that comment, Fonberry, because I'm gonna need you to read that again because she done added that. She done added some stuff. So Miss Faith, you said okay, I have to let someone else go to lunch. Okay, Truth, I have a question. Anytime you take your child or children to the hospital and if any abuse or sexual abuse there is mandatory. Okay, let me say this. Let me be clear. I am speaking from experience, right? I'm about to speak from experience. I'm about to speak from experience from my job, well, my ex job, my ex career, and real life. Okay. When you take a child to the hospital, if there is any findings of any type of abuse, whether it be physical, whether it be sexual, any type of abuse that a doctor deems is there, it is mandatory that they call the police. You are not allowed to go into a hospital and it's deemed that your child, children, or whoever has been abused sexually or physically, and you're able to walk up out of that hospital without the police being called. There's no way. They are what you call mandated reporters, the nurses, the doctors, anybody, even me who worked in the business office for, I was not on the medical side. I was on the business office side that intertwined it with the medical side. And even me, as just an employee of the hospital, was deemed a mandated reporter. You have to report it. The police has to be called. It's the law.
Yes, and the reason that law came about was because some mothers or even fathers are reluctant
It's not
to.
up if you take your child to the hospital and it is deemed that they have been abused, it is not up to you to file
Nope.
charges. If the doctors say, and listen, let me also be clear, just because the doctors find that abuse, right, deems that the child was abused and the police are called, that does not automatically make the person that the child is accusing be arrested. And the reason why I say that is because just because the child, say you take the child into the hospital and it's deemed that they were abused, okay? And the child is saying it was my daddy. Now that's what the child is saying. Now, even though the doctors have, determined that the child was abused, there still has to be evidence or enough evidence to charge the daddy. Because you know what I'm saying? Because it's common sense that the child could have said it was daddy when in actuality it could have been uncle. Because it's just what it is. Even if the child says verbally that it was daddy, it still has to be enough evidence for them to actually arrest daddy.
And you do not
Now,
need,
will he be questioned? Of course.
but you do not need the parent's signature on any criminal report. The hospital could do it all and turn it over to the police, and that's when the district attorney
Keep
comes
talking
in.
to you. Give me about 30
Yeah.
seconds.
And that's when the district attorney comes in and says, "Hey, I don't need any of you to file anything. I can file it myself on the behalf of the victim. I don't need your testimony. I don't need nothing. I can go on the physical evidence that I have in front of me." They took it out of the parent's hand because many times, and I'm just saying, a woman will protect the abuser. She will protect the abuser for one reason or another. That's why they said no more. If we find abuse, we don't need anybody else to say anything other than the facts that we have abuse on record. So, a lot of times, like I said, the wife will protect the husband, the child will protect the father, the mother, whoever, you know, and they were finding it was too hard to prosecute these people because they had the victim so scared. What do you mean, no, sir? I will never. We protect? Well, yeah, I'm not saying. I'm saying, but a lot of times, abused women will protect their abuser because they're worried about the aftermath. They're worried about, hey, what if they can't keep him in jail? Then it's going to be worse.
No, sir, I would never. What was the question to Faith? What she said? No, sir, I would never. What was the
I don't know.
question?
I think she's talking about protect the abuser.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
But
yeah, absolutely not.
everyone could say that, but it happens a lot,
Yeah, it
a
does.
whole lot. And children will deem someone else because they will sit back because they don't want to accuse the dad or even the uncle. They'll pick somebody else because they're worried about the aftermath. That's why the investigation is very.
A lot of times the grown ups threaten the kid.
Yep, and they're not just threatening the kid. They're talking about the whole family. So
Mm-hmm.
the kid feels obligated to protect the family, so he won't initially say. I mean, and it's sad because once somebody points the finger at you for that, and you didn't do it, it's a bad that you can't recover from that, and a lot of people don't, even though they've been found innocent or they found out it was a lie. Like we said, you're on the front page today, but if they find out it's a lie, you in the middle somewhere, stuffed between the the corrections and this and that.
All right, y'all. So listen, we're gonna get into this live stream, and like I say, this channel, her name is Nyla. I share her out on my community wall. Y'all go over and check her out. This live stream actually, I normally don't listen to long live streams of other content creators. That's why I know a lot of people probably don't listen to mine because mine's are long. But I did actually listen to. I think I got through most of it, most of this live stream, and they're talking about this. She also had these charges. She also has some more information that I feel like we need to know. And the conversation between her and I think it's her husband. I think it's her husband that's also on the panel. But what they talk about, because the reason why I felt like this live stream was so it kind of touched me, not touched me, but kind of resonated with me, is because her husband is speaking from not dealing with the same type situation, but something similar when it comes to his baby mama. When it came to his baby mama. So anyway, we're gonna listen to it, y'all. I got it sped up a little bit. Y'all go over there and support her if you like the channel. Check it out if you like the channel. Subscribe. And yeah, we're gonna get into this live stream. So listen, y'all, make sure y'all please hit the like button, support the channel. Cash App, PayPal, pinned at the top. I think I got a pin somewhere. And so yeah, we're gonna get into it.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
One of the findings after a lot of these investigations, one of the findings is disgruntled spouse, disgruntled mother of a child. That's one of the things they actually write on the damn report, because they know that sometimes that's exactly what it is. The ex-wife, for whatever reason, wants to get back at him. So this is the easier way to do it. Say he abused. And a lot of times they will find out that this happens to be a disgruntled ex-wife or baby mama or whatever. And they write it right on the report that we don't find any substantial evidence supporting what you're saying. We believe that this is an act of a disgruntled spouse. That's all I had to say. She walked off. Okay. So, I see it a lot in reports and stuff like that. The findings is that it's not true. It was made up in order to discredit during whatever divorce or they want more child support. There's a whole bunch of reasons why these things happen. So a lot of times they have to kind of slowly go into this before they start throwing out the big guns. So that's all I'm saying.
All right, I'm sorry, y'all. I had to take a phone call.
No,
all right, so let's go. Let's get into it, y'all. Let's listen. We're gonna listen to the audio, y'all.
If you can attest to me saying that this was going to be the outcome, and literally everything that I've said that was going to happen, the fallout of BWE, is happening. And it's
she's gonna talk about another sector, community, or whatever on YouTube that I had no clue existed. She's also gonna mention. She's also gonna something. She just said that she gonna say again, the community or whatever that I did not know existed, but I'm not surprised it existed. She's also gonna mention Kevin Samuels. She's also gonna mention Shira, and some other people that apparently this woman was part of a sector or community here on YouTube that caters to what she did as far as becoming a trophy wife. Hey, K Love, thanks for joining, sweetie. Here we go, y'all.
Faith, email me. I send you the link. If it's not working for some reason, I can try to email it to you. Just email me.
All right, thank you, Trey.
And I'm not happy that this happened to this young lady. My prayers are with her and her children. And I'm going to say this as I'm speaking in the beginning of this. I'm not going to be reading the chat because I don't want to I don't want to get off course, but there's a few. It threw me off for a second, I guess. So because there are a few things I want to say, and I don't want to get off course, I'm not going to look at the chat, right? For a little bit, anyway, for the first 20 or 30 minutes. But I do want to say this: this is not one of the chats where it is welcome to victim shame or victim blame. You are welcome to disagree. You are welcome to do all that kind of stuff. But when it gets when the language gets abusive, especially because of it being a sensitive topic, I'm going to ask you to go on someplace else. Okay, and just come back another day because I can't handle it. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into it. So what we're dealing with, in case you're living under the rug, is a content creator that was from the hypergamy sector. If you don't know what hypergamy is, in a nutshell, it is a dating and mating strategy that basically teaches women.
So there's a word for this, hypergamy. Did you
Yes,
know that?
it's overly sexualized women. That's what it is.
I don't think that's what it is. Hypergamy. Oh, you're lying. Let me Google, because that's not what that means.
Well, no, I'm lying. It's the practice of dating or marrying someone of a higher social status or sexual capital than one's sex. Sex is involved, but it's basically being a gold digger.
They actually gave it a word. They actually gave it a word. My God.
And to go for the bag, go for men that can increase your social hierarchy, your money, and all this kind of stuff. And in other words, date or marry up. That's essentially what it is. There's a little bit more to it, but that's essentially what it is. Now, this topic, hypergamy, has of course been around for a little while now, but it has been a big deal in the Black YouTube spaces, especially because mostly what Black people can talk about on social media has something to do with relationships and marriages that they're not in. So that's all we talk about. So this is one of those things. And from what I see, and I do want to get back to the beginning because I'm more interested in showing where this came from, right? And how this develops in people. And it's a nuanced thing, right? When we're talking about women that get in situations, and in case you guys don't know and you're just coming for the first time.
Shout out to Renee P. Thank you so much, sweetie. You say happy blessed Wednesday. Thank you. Same to you, sweetheart. And thanks for the support. Money and sex, faith. That's basically what it boils down to. Wait a minute. Sanjia.
Like most things, it's been perverted. When it initially came out, it was women who didn't have no rights. So the only way they could get rights or status was to marry somebody like a Duke or a York or whatever the fuck with status. And they themselves would then become somebody of ill repute.
Sanjay, if you're in the chat, you supported me last night, maybe after my live stream. I don't know, but I'm just not seeing it. So thank you, sweetheart, for supporting the channel too as well. I appreciate it. Y'all, please be sure to support the channel. Thank you, Ms. Lynn. Thank you, Sanjay. I didn't see that last night, sweetheart.
She met a guy, and within a short amount of time, she thought that she had met her Prince Charming. He appeared to be financially stable or maybe even well off, actually. And in her own words, she went from single mother, possibly homeless, single mother of children, to a married, stay-at-home trophy wife, right? And so for a lot of women, that is goals, but we have to examine why is that goals? Well, in my opinion, society teaches women that you have more value if there's a man around, right? So I think a lot of women are going to end up in similar positions or have found themselves in these positions because of that talking point, right? That you don't have no value unless, you're Mrs. such and such, you're the wife of this person or all that kind of stuff, right? And on top of that, she's young because she's only 29 years old right now, right? And for me, that's a baby. That's younger than my own daughter. So I look at, and that's probably.
So she's 29 right now. So 5 years ago, she was 24. She's been with him for 5 years. And he's 20 years older than her. So he was 44, almost 45. And like I said, he has been married before. Okay.
Not the right idea, but I look at women like at that age as almost babies because you're just kind of like coming into your womanhood or at the beginning of coming into it, right? So you're also kind of taught through this society.
So at 24 and 44, basically he's old enough to be her dad. He was old enough to be her dad. And what's going to really get y'all, I don't know if it's going to get y'all, but it got me, is the fact that on his dating profile, he specifically said he was looking for women 18. I think he said 18 to 40. I think he said 18 to 40, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But the 18 is what got me. Yeah, so yeah, red flag for I don't understand why women. I don't understand why it's a red flag for women. For you to for it be a 50-year-old man looking for a 25-year-old woman. I that's weird to me. What do you have in common as a 50-year-old man with a 25-year-old woman? Hey, K Shell, good to see you, boo. That's creepy to me. That lets me know that you as a 50 or a 45, 50-year-old man, like young, you like that's creepy. That's all I'm gonna say.
This as well. And don't be on social media because I know y'all didn't heard it. You're taught that you don't have no value after you have kids. After you have kids, your value has gone down. Your stock has plummeted, right? You're worthless because you have children by a man, right? And the only way to redeem yourself, according to most of these circles and these little dusty think tanks between women and men, the only way to redeem yourself is to get married, right? So a lot of women are rushing to beat some stereotypes. And then when you throw in a lot of the other nuances, especially, amongst Black women, again, we'll reference the BWE sector or whatever, who by their name is supposed to be Black women's empowerment, but it's really not. It's really not at all.
So that's the name of the other sector or community that the woman, I guess, was a part of. Black Women's Empowerment, BWE.
Hey, I think Fawn is
Actually
in
one
the
of the
back.
most toxic.
Huh?
I think Fawn is in the back.
Oh, sorry, Fawn. I'm not even looking at it. Hold on. There you go, boo.
Yeah, Heathen knocked me out by calling me.
She
In or
called me
out?
too.
In or
I'm
out,
like, do
ma'am?
you not know I'm on live?
And she said, and then she gonna ask me, "You in Truth Live?" I'm like, "Yeah, I was on the panel. You knocked me off."
Juicy fucking with y'all early this morning.
No, that was
Not that
Heathen.
Heathen.
Oh.
And she told me to tell you, she'll be in the chat when she get home, which will be in a
I
few
told
minutes.
her to no problem, be careful, be safe, and I'll see you then. She was who called me. I was like, don't you? Because I'm like, duh. I forget it. She said she was driving,
So
so
she
she didn't know
fucking
I
with
was there.
everybody this morning.
She must want to talk, baby. Either that or she ain't got nothing else better to do, because sometimes she be MIA. Now she want to talk.
Y'all some needy ass women.
No,
Out
like
of
we.
out of order. Just out of order for no reason.
Oh, gosh. Okay, y'all. Here we go.
In disgusting spaces that you can find yourself in. And I say this as a person who was once deeply entrenched in it. And by no stretch of the imagination, it's a cult. It's a cult, and that's not even a reach. It is a cult that teaches women to trauma bond based on their bad experiences with Black men, be it their fathers, their brothers, or their significant others. It teaches them that, for the most part, and I'm not saying that every creator teaches this, but I want to say 99.9% of them are teaching this, and it's highly profitable, right? I didn't teach this, okay? I had a whole different perspective, which is why, even though I was successful when I was in that sector, very successful, I was also a problem because I was not willing to say or tell women, especially younger women, that the key to making it was getting with a rich man or a man that was not Black, because essentially that's the wrap up of BWE. BWE is a bunch of Black women that do not like being Black, do not like Black men, and do not like other Black women. And this situation has so many layers
And guess
because
what? You don't
I'm
hear
already
no
knowing
men
that just
fucking with them talking
looking
about you got daddy issues. It ain't no
for
men over there bothering them women like women be over there in the manosphere fucking with them.
Mm. Shout out to UK Shell. Thank you, baby. Thank you
And
for
listen to what
supporting.
she said
Well,
they
I'm
teaching.
talking. So rude.
My phone was going off. I couldn't hear you.
Thank you, K Shell, for the support, sweetheart. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Trey.
I said, but she actually said that's what they teaching women. They teaching women the way to succeed is to get you a rich man that's not Black. But then if Black men get with a white woman, we anti-Black. And we ain't got to teach that. We can just say that white woman fine.
My
Y'all get
question
away
is
with
why
murder.
is any of it being my question is why is any of it being taught? Honestly. I mean, it's just for me,
Because
it's
that's
just
how
weird
some
all around.
people live.
I know.
And it's
I
not,
get it.
like I said, it's not a new thing. This is just this is professional gold diggers in the city telling each other how they do their gold digger tips.
Not gold digger tips.
That's what it is.
Ooh. All right, y'all. Here we go.
At this woman and how she presents, she's not going to get a lot of empathy for a couple of reasons. And I'm not saying that she should or should not, because that's people, that's up for, that's up for, your discretion or whatever. But she fits the aesthetic that Black women's empowerment sectors have, since I have been on social media, have always basically dehumanized. We know the word preference, right? Preference was supposed to be used to describe a woman that men desired, right? Mainly Black men, right? But they took it and they twisted it and made that a term to basically dehumanize women that, might be light skinned or racially ambiguous, foreign, white, whatever. If you did not fit a certain.
You got something to say?
Absolutely. Well, she said they perverted it, but how did somebody pervert that? When women say they got a preference of tall men over short men, I don't think they care about the color. They just like tall men. Preference is preference.
I don't think it's perverted to have a well, unless the preference is perverted. But I don't think it's perverted to have a preference of whether a man is short or tall or slim or thick. It's a preference. But I mean, you can pervert a
Everyone has a preference.
Right. Yeah, everybody has a preference. He trying to say that they made it seem like we just don't deal with such and such. She made it seem like Black men. When Black men say they got a preference, we talking about non-Black women. They stay being a woman talking for us.
Well, I mean, it's women that prefer white men. It's men that prefer white. It is, and just because they prefer a different race, that's still not perverted. It's just what they prefer.
It's just their preference. This is what they like.
Right. To each his own.
Sector, you were not. I'm sorry, a certain aesthetic. You were not ever going to be considered a victim because why? And that's just the way it is. Now, most of them won't admit it, and a lot of them are cleaning their talking points up now, as they should. But one thing that a lot of people aren't paying attention to is by her having this conversation and her claiming the teachings of Kevin Samuels, claiming the teachings, which in a lot of ways, even Kevin Samuels' teachings sometimes intersect with BWE, right? But she claimed the teachings of Shira 7, right? And once that happens and something this deep and crazy and traumatic and stuff like that happens, she's kind of getting thrust into a position. And let me explain that position that she's being thrust into. Now she's a content creator with over 1 million views on a video. She's viral, right? And she is the working example right now of why the hypergamy teaching is built on a not so good, shaky foundation. But now she's also their competition. Because that's what you also have to understand. The BWE sector that she would have been basically a part of, it's highly competitive. And they love when one of the ladies who may be getting attention or getting a lot of clout or a lot of support, and a lot of the ladies are liking her or following her. Once they find that, they're looking for your weak spot, right? And so they found her weak spot. So now they get to distance themselves from what they've been teaching because they all have had.
What do you mean, Faith? You said she was on his show. What do you mean? She was on Kevin's show? On Kevin Samuel's show?
I wouldn't doubt it. He did a lot of shows with women that was fine.
Yeah, you can call in.
Oh, okay. You saw it? You saw it, Faith? Is his stuff still up?
Yeah, his channel's still active.
A lot of people stole a lot of his stuff.
Yeah, they still stealing this shit because can't nobody strike them.
Yeah.
I would love to go see that episode. I'm gonna look for that.
Yeah,
it's probably a standalone episode too. I don't think she probably didn't call in. She probably was one of them women that he thought was fine and brought her into the studio.
I'm telling you, Faith be on it on that community wall, baby. She may not be able to go live all the time, but she be telling that damn community wall, oh girl, let me go to that wall, girl. That's what I'm talking about. Ooh, baby. Hold on, y'all.
YouTube, I still need you to find consistency in y'all shit, because on my main channel, y'all kept my video in yellow from last night. On the backup channel, the same exact live, it's green. Y'all need consistency. If I did something to keep me from not being fully monetized on the main page, why the backup page getting fully monetized?
Because they didn't complain about the backup page.
I don't think anybody complain. That should just be crazy. I've been having problems with that for the long. It's so inconsistent. Most of the times they all both green, but then sometimes the backup channel will be yellow, the main channel will be green, and vice versa. It's just retarded.
I don't see the hold on.
Faith,
She
I
got
need that pill bottle.
Will you stop?
Now I was just saying, since I see her in her, I need the pill bottle. Do it for the love of exposing this nigga. Ain't nobody gotta know.
This is too funny. Let me see. Lord, we pray for his family. Oh, I got to look into that one right there, Faith. She got a lot of stuff on her. It put me in my community. I see what truth is going on. Oh, okay. Let me see. Oh, you shared my life. Thank you, Kurt. I don't see Faith. You got the. Let me see. Maybe I need to go back some more. Okay, that's another post. Speak the truth. All facts. She got a lot of stuff on here, y'all. Y'all need to go to this wall. But I don't see. How many days ago was
You
it,
ain't
Faith?
looking hard enough.
I am. How many days ago did you share his Girl, she got baby, she is into Kamala and them. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to find it. How many days ago was it, girl? Let me go be back. Okay. All right. The Lord knows.
Shout out to
Okay,
the
yeah.
9 people on the Crime and Justice channel. Shout out to the 71 people on Truth Hurts. All tea, no shade.
Thank you, Trey. Thank you. All right, y'all. Let's listen to some more. Here we go.
Apart in this rhetoric. When you tell
13 hours.
that,
Okay, boo.
in order to survive, you need to get with a high value man. And when you put them in a position to where no man is of a value unless he's like the top 10% as far as income. You understand what I'm saying? This is literally what they're teaching women. So if you find a decent man who is compassionate, who is honest, hardworking, trustworthy, who treats you well, but hey, he only makes $50,000 or $60,000 a year, he's a dusty, right? Or let's say he doesn't make that. Let's say he's 25 and hasn't realized his career yet, and he only makes $30,000 a year. BWE teaches
This
that.
what you got on your wall, Faith. That she's gonna talk about it in this live stream. The post reads trophy wife. Hold on, this is a civil order protection. So right now on paperwork, he will be there for child abuse, but there is no charges. Her lawyer is a family lawyer. Yup, Dawn Green. She's a family lawyer, not a criminal lawyer. So the truth, don't you think? Because this goes to him not being charged again criminally. Wouldn't you would think that if he was charged criminally, he would have a criminal attorney instead of this family attorney?
Well, again, she may be.
I don't see a link on that post. Oh, wait a minute. Go ahead, the truth.
She may be handling the divorce too. So
yeah, I'm sure she's handling the divorce, but
so
what about?
She would come in and do that also because she's probably handling both for him. But again, he has been criminally charged. Child abuse is a criminal charge. It's not a civil charge. It's a criminal
I know that, the
charge.
truth.
So
We know that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You keep focusing on the fact that he got that charge. What people are up in arms about is that he has not been. You did say that it's probably not specified in that charge.
It's not specified because there's many charges, but they may not have charged him with
exactly
SA because they need to get more evidence. Right. And again, they just did the test last month. So some of that stuff hasn't come back, or they just couldn't prove that there's any penetration.
Right.
You see, child abuse could fall under the molestation. It could be a bunch of stuff. But remember, in different states, they say different things. Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna go look and see if Baltimore uses what terms Baltimore.
Okay.
Or Maryland uses for stuff like that.
Okay.
Like I said, it could be umbrella. There could be many things laying under that. Remember, it's a small little spot that they write it.
Yeah.
So it could have they put it under there, but they also put the DV in there also.
So yeah, Faith, I did click on the link, and we're gonna talk about all that with this live stream we're listening to. But you don't know who the brick lady is? The lady who came out on social media and lied about. Didn't that lady lie about getting hit in the face with a brick, y'all? She went viral.
Yeah, the Ethiopian, she's a known scammer.
I don't think Faith knew who she was at first, according to her
Truth,
post. I don't know.
truth, I
She
got a
was like,
question.
Go ahead.
Now, with the DV, the domestic violence.
Mm-hmm.
So you were willing to stay and deal with him abusing you for the money or what have you. Because didn't she say this was early on in their marriage as far as the domestic violence?
No, I'm just saying I think he got a charge like a month before all of this blew up of domestic violence. He does have a previous charge of domestic violence with her. And the way she speaks now even says that she's been suffering through abuse. So
That's what I'm
apparently it's been
saying.
going on. And then if you remember when she did that video, she said something about there were signs early on. She didn't say what the
Mhm.
signs were, but she did
You
say there were signs early on, and she pretty much basically, I guess, ignored them.
for the money.
Well, hey,
Now, if there was domestic violence uh, where she accused him earlier, that would be put into this one too, because they're bringing up the old charge and putting it with the new charge. That's why you ever notice that you see a whole bunch of charges, but when you go to look at the date that the charges were brought, it'd be all different dates. It's because when they catch you doing one thing, they bring up all your old stuff that they haven't
I get
convicted
that.
you of.
I get that. My question is,
thank you, Miss
you,
Lynn.
you continue to stay with the person you done filed charges once, twice, three times, four, five, six, well, however many times, but you continue to stay. You get on live, portraying like everything is cool, everything is glitz and glamour, just for this lifestyle and for the
What y'all
money.
gonna really freak out about, and that's why this live stream is so important to listen to. Y'all gonna freak out about the timeline, right? Y'all gonna freak out about the fact that because you got to remember these dates, okay? The dates are very important, because the dates are going to coincide with the dates on her channel, and the fact that when this woman claimed she was being abused by this man, she was still putting up this fugazi ass content.
Okay,
Yes, that's what I'm saying. But I understand it's hard for women to leave, but this is my thing. You stayed, and that was a choice that you made. Now, as soon as you found out something was wrong with your daughters, you found a way to escape. So my thing is, you could have found a way to escape prior to this.
now if you guys didn't know, she has an LLC called what is it called? Truth. No, she went off.
Well, she's got an LLC with the new trophy wife, and then she's got another one,
Yes,
the conscience something. She's got two
yes,
LLCs.
yeah. So
Hold on,
this
guys.
is a
Hold on. Go
job
ahead,
for
Big.
her, but this is a job for her. She went out and got an LLC saying the trophy wife. So this was a job for her. If she was to leave him, she wouldn't have that job anymore. She had to play the facade that everything was good so she could continue with her job, which was making those videos to tell people, oh, you can get yourself you could be a trophy wife and saw that. So understand there was a lot riding on the fact that she was a trophy wife. And if she showed that there was a problem, how could she continue as a trophy wife and continue her business? You see what I'm saying?
See, basically, basically, she has a brand. She is a brand. She has a brand. And even with that brand, she had to continue to pretend for the brand. See, this is a classic case of coming out on the YouTube portraying one thing when you're living something else. Right? So not even an illusion, but just lies. I mean, because she's coming out, she's living one way, and she's coming out on the YouTube pretending she's living another way.
Right.
Basically what a lot of YouTubers do, right? But this is more whew, I don't even know the word for it.
But she could have been thinking, okay, this is my way out. If I can make some money from this, I may have enough money to get out of
But
here.
the truth, let me tell you what she did is dangerous, right? And Alicia said it best. She said she was leading women astray with her videos, just fake as fuck. Listen, so you guys to understand that she was coming out pretending that the life that she chose and the way she chose to get that life was the way to go, charging women to teach them this when all along what you chose to do and how you chose to do it got you in a situation where you were being abused, your kids were being abused, and allegedly, possibly, your girls were violated. You see how sick that is?
Mm-hmm.
That's
And
sick.
see, this is why people like her, it's hard to have empathy for her. And the only reason people are having an ounce of empathy for her is because of her children.
Exactly.
If you minus the children, would nobody give two fucks about what she's going through? Seriously. Because you made this choice and you put yourself in this position.
And the way you made the choice, the way you went about it, and then you
Yes.
came out here and you told how you basically trapped the man at 17 with your first
Mm-hmm.
baby. You trapped the man at 17 with your first baby. You talk about how with this man, you went about the ring and pretty much man, you listen, you told the she one another mistake she made was coming out with that video telling how she even got into the situation. Because
Mm-hmm.
basically you married a man because you needed somewhere to stay according to you.
Mm-hmm.
According to you. You get what I'm saying?
And if she gets any money for that GoFundMe, it's going to be because of her children and her
And just like
children
Faith
only.
said, she was with living with another man, left that man's house and went right to this man's house. And within 2 weeks they were married.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't know this man. You didn't know this man. You did not know him.
At all.
You know what I'm saying? And then on top of that, and don't get it twisted, babies are beautiful things, and when you get married, that's what you're supposed to do. But you had 3 babies within 5 years.
She was trying to get locked in. You with somebody with money, a rich person. Each child you have, that's money. I
You
hate to
better
say
say
it.
it.
I
You
hate to
better
say
say
it.
it.
Each child is money. Let's be real.
You better say
Women
it.
do that. Women do that.
And Funberry, I'm telling y'all, we're gonna listen to this entire live if it takes me all day or even 2 days. It gets more salacious. I'm telling you. What these people know on that channel that I told y'all to go check out, it's more it gets deeper as far as the whole charges. It get deeper as far as the whole marriage, the relationship. It gets deeper.
Mm-mm-mm.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna make it back to my laptop and we're gonna listen to some more. Fawn, take over. Give me a chance to walk through the house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she was trying to lock in money. Why else would you have kids back to back to back to back like that? And you married? I'm telling you, some women are scandalous. She saw each child that was worth some money. Because if anything happened, they just got a divorce, and we gonna leave out the abuse on the children. If he was to leave her, she was set with child support for 3 kids.
What a cause her children had exactly, Miss Linda.
Yes, exactly.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
All right, y'all. Here we go.
He ain't shit because he doesn't have it. He's going to do something to you bad because why? Because he's black and male. And these are the only men that do this. This is why you have to find a rich man and all this kind of stuff. And then you have the teachings of the red pill space and Kevin Samuels, who taught that if you're fit, feminine, and pretty and submissive, that you get the high value man and no worries. And he even taught, and I remember specifically doing a video about this, and this was like one of my larger view live streams. If I remember this live stream, like over the course of the month, it probably had about 60 or 70,000 views when we were talking about Kevin telling a woman that her children had to have something to offer a high value man. Why be a stepfather unless your children don't add value and he doesn't, it was a really triggering, and I believe I do have the video, actually, the one video where Kevin was telling this woman explicitly that if your high value husband was accused by your children of watching them shower or something creepy, that you're not supposed to believe your daughter. These are the teachings of the space, and these are the teachings of the larger channels in the space, right? So when I'm listening to her story and her tell all of the terrible details, finding out that her daughter had been bothered through a diaper change, it took me back there, especially when I found that she was a supporter and a follower of Kevin Samuels, right? So she found her high value man, right? And she found that in the person of a man named Orenthro Dowdy, right? So let me put some stuff up on my.
That's his name, y'all. She's about to put, I think, his name is Orenthro Dowdy. I think she's about to put this document up, I think.
Screen. And I do want to go into some of her videos to point out exactly what I see, which is literally the failings of BWE. So let me send this over to my MacBook, right? Some things I'm going to bleep out just in case, just, for YouTube purposes or whatever. But let's talk about it. He's been married before, of course. This is his second marriage. This is her first marriage. He's 50 years old. She's 29. And we all say it, but a lot of times people take issue with us saying this. Men who are 50 years old, typically, who go after women 20, 30 years their junior, they just don't want to deal with an adult woman. They'll say adult women have baggage, but I will say adult women usually have, or older women usually have some sense, some wisdom. That she's a lot less impressionable. Maybe you can't get over on her like you can the younger women. They don't want the challenge. They don't want to be held accountable for their bullshit. So they seek, territory where they don't, where they won't have a lot of pushback. So let me put this up here.
Oh man, it gets worse.
Because it's time to get into it. Now, when I first saw him, I was like, good Lord. Like, what is this beautiful girl doing with this guy?
Oh,
but when you think about it, that through the hypergamy teachings, I don't think that's what's going on. That's what's going on. And I do want to say, like I said, they are really happy, I've noticed, about the Shira 7 association. And I feel like they're happy about that because that's Shira's competition for other BWE content creators. Everyone has their pamphlet and their methodology and all this kind of stuff that they want to teach and all this kind of stuff. And it is what it is. So this is your guy. This is Orenthro. This is the trophy wife's husband. This is a little bit of a younger picture of him. So here's what we know about this guy so far. He's 50 years old. He is a senior cyber intelligence analyst, and he's a graduate of Wayland Baptist University in Hawaii, right? He also owns several businesses that are in the healthcare realm, and as well as a technology company. And it seems, he's been like in the cyber realm for quite some time or whatever. So on paper, he fits the bill for what everybody tells women that they should go for, right? Except I wouldn't tell nobody to go for this because number one, why are you 50 years old, successful, and you have no wife? That's a red flag in itself because people, are talking about the red flags. Where did she miss and all this kind of stuff? Look, you don't go get with no beautiful woman. One of the things that you don't want to do is make yourself vulnerable to a weird half-ass incel man, right? Because there's a reason why they're alone and weird and nobody's messing with them, right?
Actually, that's not a fake name, Sonia. It's his middle name. His name is Orenthro Jermaine Dowdy. That's the same man behind her on the fireplace when she said, yeah, we saw that picture, but we didn't see a whole lot of it and we didn't know his name. Now we know his name. Yeah, that's his middle name, Sonia.
And her name is not Isis.
Yeah, her name is not Isis.
And again, we're Monday night quarterbacking, so there's no. I'm not necessarily saying what she should or shouldn't do, but let's separate a little fact from fiction as well. So this is what's out so far. What we have, right? What we're looking at right now is what happened as a result of their court case. So this is a civil order for a child abuse case, right? And as you can see, the case status is complete. The filing date was September 25th, 2024. And the order is valid through October 27th, 2025, right? Court order says, shall not abuse, shall not contact, shall not enter residence, respondent shall vacate the home, emergency family maintenance, use and possession of vehicle, surrender firearms, all that stuff, the standard stuff when it comes to stuff like this. But can anybody tell me what's missing from this?
All right, hold up.
Sure, it says child abuse.
Y'all hear what she said about the maintenance? The maintenance. That court order is ordering him, right, to continue to provide her with maintenance, which is support. So the reason why that's so important for me is because she's saying that he's not giving her anything. In fact, he's taking away. That's against this court order. He could go to jail for that. Now, I don't know if she came out here stating all that stuff, and I'm not even saying she's lying at this point, but I'm just saying for her to come out and say that he's taking away this and taking away that and taking it when the court order is clearly saying he is to maintain. And for her to come out and make the statement she made and put up the GoFundMe, it's weird. Now, listen, let's not even talk about what the woman just said. He's got what, 2 businesses? Well, actually 3. All right. He's got 3 businesses. She has 2 LLCs, which means she potentially she makes money off of what she does. I know somebody said something about she charges for these classes or whatever, right? So as far as money, you would think that money wouldn't necessarily be an issue. And like I said, the reason why I'm pointing this out is because a lot of people are saying, look, how do you in one breath come on here and gloat about this money that you have or y'all have or the access to this money in this particular lifestyle? Now, all of a sudden, you're destitute. That's the problem people are having.
That's why I'm confused.
Right. And there's a court order stating that this man, irregardless of what he wants to do, he has to continue to maintain the lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
This is what the court order is saying.
So what's
and
the
if he
purpose
does
of
anything to contradict that, he is supposed to be locked up.
Mm-hmm. So what's the purpose of the GoFundMe?
Exactly.
Well, here's the thing, though. He knows it will hurt her if he stops for any reason, and then they have to go back to court. So they don't just automatically go and pick him up. They have to go back in court and prove that he did these things. See what I'm saying? So he knows that if he just doesn't pay something for a week or 2, it's going to hurt her. But he's going to come back and say, oh, here you go, here you go, here you go. And he's still under the court order. Unless they specify it has to be done by a certain day, nothing can get turned off. Nothing can go into the delinquent. If that is not stated in the actual order, then he can just play around with it a little bit. And a lot of men do that. They do play around with it.
But the truth,
they hold
she
the money
contact
back.
her lawyer and get an emergency hearing.
Yes. But she is choosing to do this. So again, an emergency order doesn't mean it's going to be today or even tomorrow. It could be 3 or 4 days when the court is open to take it. Now you could demand that it's immediate and you actually do it in his chambers instead of out in the court. So, I mean, it can be done, but I think she'd rather cry on here.
I don't think she's that destitute. I think
No,
it's
she's not.
it's a scam or something. I don't believe it.
Fun Bear, she's not destitute at all. She's staying in another one of their houses.
So she playing on
You,
people's tops. That's what
you
she's
want to?
doing.
Y'all want to see the house she's staying in?
This is the old house. Well, this is the house she was in when she was making those videos. It's actually a brownstone. You see, it's huge. But all right, let's listen why he get that.
But guess what? I cannot find, and it does not mean that there isn't, but I don't see charges. That's not a charge. That's not a charge. That's not an arrest. And I can't, for some of the stuff for where he is in Baltimore, I think from what Taz, could you click the link? It seems like they don't have a lot of that information available online. But
so Sabrina, welcome to the chat, Sabrina. Sabrina says the GoFundMe is at 2,700. Yesterday when we checked, it was at 700. So she's gotten what, $2,000 more dollars. It's gonna grow. It's definitely gonna grow.
It is a charge because I looked up the Maryland statute on child abuse, and one of the stipulations in it is an act or acts involving sexual molestation or exploitation, whether physical injuries are sustained or not. That is a criminal charge. So he's been charged criminally with this. But again,
he's been charged criminally. What I see, and until I know different, he's been charged criminally with child abuse, not necessarily the act that she's accusing him of. Because you got to remember, she's saying that he abused her too. Is what I see being charged right now is abuse of her and the kids, and it's not necessarily the act that she's talking about.
But the child abuse, sexual molestation falls under child abuse in Maryland. So they're not saying he didn't do that because it falls under child abuse. You see what I'm saying? So he has been charged with the sexual part of it.
I'm sorry to two of you say that, but I promise you I can't. Like I can't. It's like I have to see it. I have to know that's what it is.
But again, every state is different. Every state writes a different word for this, a different word for that. And under Maryland statute, this falls under child abuse. Now, there's a whole bunch of other things there too, but again, I can only put so many in there. So I picked the one that it fits this case, and that's what it says. Again, remember, if they can't prove penetration, they can't charge sexual assault, but they can choose sexual molestation.
And why wouldn't it say that though? Why wouldn't it say it?
Because I guess there's more things involved in this than just the sexual. I think abuse or whatever. But again, that is Maryland's statute right there that I just put in there for child abuse.
Okay. All right. Let's listen.
It looks like he has an order of protection for child abuse, and that's it. I see no criminal charges. Now, I'm not saying that she didn't press charges on him. I'm not saying that none of this didn't happen. And yeah, I see a lot of the others are looking this up. It seems like there's no charges. Seems as if there's no charges. And in her story, she did say that when she went to the doctor said XYZ. And what I know for sure is that if a doctor, you come up whenever you're ready, baby. If a doctor sees this type of stuff, they are mandated by the law to report this to law enforcement.
Facts.
So if we're basing this off of what she said, again, there is the doctor will report it. Hey, hon, let me
I'm good over there in the little box. I'm cool.
Oh, you want to be in the little box?
Yeah, I want to be small time. You know what I'm saying? I ain't on camera. You is.
All right.
So yeah, and I just confirmed it. As you were starting, I was finishing up a little short video, so I just confirmed it.
This guy is her husband. All right, he hit the He hit the panel. How are they allowing her to have a GoFundMe when there is no true need other than greed? That should be unlawful when others have real needs and don't use it unless. Girl, you'll be amazed. Anybody can have a GoFundMe help. Trump can put up a GoFundMe. Yeah.
So in the state of Maryland, just like Ohio, when you go and get a protection order, you can get a civil protection order that lasts up to 1 year, right? And so if you look on this paperwork, you see it's 1 year. After this, you can go get the permanent protection order based on the charges. But I went and did, I just looked at everything, man. Don Green, the attorney that's listed there, that's a family attorney. That's not a criminal attorney. That's a family attorney. This is a family court case. She did not press criminal charges on him. There are no criminal charges pending. This is a civil court case. And
what do you have to say about him saying it's civil, not criminal? Be true.
You can't. First off, they're not going to show you. Like, you can't get the paperwork on this because children are involved. Okay.
No, you can't get the paperwork, but you can see the charge.
But again, we don't know if he's been because again, it wouldn't say child abuse. It's not civil. He's been charged with child abuse. Okay? And you don't need the wife to do anything. Meaning she's not the one that charges. The district attorney charges. Whether they have not charged him criminally yet, that could also be done because they're still investigating.
Exactly.
So if they haven't come to the conclusion or found that the evidence without a doubt can be brought to a grand jury and he will be indicted, there'll be no criminal charges. But they went ahead and
this is the thing. This is the bottom line about being charged. If he was charged, the truth, if he was actually charged with what she's saying, he would have had to have been arrested, and there will be a report of that. All right. So Alicia said, "Truth, I'm in Florida, and like I mentioned earlier, my sister's dad, everything he did with the minor was listed in his charges. His bond almost $2 million. So why his is not listed?"
Because I don't think he's been criminally charged yet.
That's what I needed. That's what we're saying, and you keep saying, but you gotta remember the truth. You were saying that those were charges.
Well,
you said that they were.
Child abuse is a charge, so it might be they may have him pending under investigation, but they haven't arrested him and put him up for a felony. But he has been,
which doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense.
Again, they're still doing the investigation, and you are dealing with children, so it takes a while to get all of those things wrapped up. Like I said, you don't want to charge him early, and then you bring it to a grand jury, and there isn't enough evidence to charge him. Remember, you can't go back again. Double jeopardy, falls into place here. You can't keep charging somebody with the same charge, hoping to get a different outcome. So he may not be charged criminally yet, but meaning they have enough evidence right now to grant that protective order. Says they have enough to do that. I'm just saying, maybe he wasn't charged yet. He may not, because I don't see anything. All I see is the protective order. Now, it may be in another county. I can go check another county, but this came out of the Baltimore City court system.
Right. Thank you, ebooks. Y'all please hit the like button, please, and thank you. I got 85 with both channels. And 58 likes. Y'all hit the like button for your girl. Support the channel. Please hit the Cash App, the PayPal, and support your girl. Okay. So yeah, let's listen to some more. Thank you for that clarification.
Actually been through this, but my baby mama lost. Okay. She just tried to keep me away from my son. She was on BS, and I actually fought it. I went to court and beat it. So I'm very familiar with the civil protection process, because what my baby mom was trying to do back in the day was, oh, he's this, he's that, he's horrible, I don't want my son around him, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I went to court, fought it, beat it, but I understand the entirety of the process. And that's what this is. This ain't a criminal case. She didn't go press criminal charges. She didn't try to get him locked up. And you know, that's just something that's got to be discussed. It can't just be, you know, oh, she,
And see, or not, well,
But
she
it's not,
would have to. She would not have to.
no, it's not
If
up to
they,
her.
well, see, she would not have to. If okay, see, this is what it is. The truth. If what she says happened. If she says that the kids were taken to the hospital and the doctors determined, you know, the kids had been messed with or whatever, they would have been mandated to call the cops. Period. Not to say he would have been arrested, but the cops would have been involved. She does not have to file anything if that's the case.
The fact that they're asking for a protective order under child abuse means they did find something. So the doctors did find something to substantiate that something sexually had happened. But you don't, the mother doesn't have to do anything at this point. Once the doctors intervened and the police were called and the doctor said, yes, something did happen. Yes, I can prove that this did happen or that happened. It's no longer in the mother's hands. It has nothing to do with her. The district attorney has now taken the case on the child's behalf. Okay. And a lot of times they will give the child a lawyer itself, meaning they have their own lawyer. Yeah, they have their own representative. They have their own lawyer with the child's best interest, not the mother's best interest, the child's best interest. And they're the ones that say what happens in the child's best interest. The mother and them have nothing to do with that at all.
Okay.
So it's not an easy process, and it's not something that they rush to do. Now, if he's a serial, you know, he's done this many times before, they'll immediately pick him up because of priors. But maybe that's not the case. Maybe they're taking their time to build a case against him. See, they're saying for him to say that there's no criminal, you know, sometimes you got to wait, sometimes you got to watch. But he knows that he can't go anywhere near them. That's why I'm saying that order shows that something did happen and he's being investigated.
All right.
went to the police. That's only a part of it. That's a civil case. If you want a criminal case that actually denotes a person going to prison, this ain't it.
In a nutshell. And so this is quite disturbing because you had suspicions this morning when you were doing the research on it. Other people had suspicions about it. And if we go back to the video, she is literally saying the doctor did, because there's no way that the doctor is going to confirm that a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old, and I'm sorry, trigger warning for even bringing this up for people that are sensitive, a doctor is not going to just let you walk out of the hospital and they're just going to go to the next patient. They're mandated reporters. They have to, you know, and it is shocking seeing that the only thing available during the time frame or even remotely close to what she was talking about is a civil order. A civil order. So I don't know. Look, it is what it is, but we can get a little bit deeper into it. Thank you so very much, Jira Baby, for becoming a member. We appreciate you. Welcome to the Vibers, honey.
So I just wanted to say that right quick, baby, because for real, that's kind of the part of it that bothered me, because there's no reason to do a civil case in this regard. Because keep in mind, if you press criminal charges for the charges that he's accused of, you'll get an automatic protection order, babe. You get an automatic order of protection based on the charge if she files the criminal charge. And so,
so she wouldn't have to. So you're saying that once stuff like this happens, she doesn't even have to file it on herself. They're automatically gonna make him stay away from
there's automatically going to be an order of protection for her and the kids. And I'm gonna tell you something else too. I don't believe she told them that there's an SA. I would need to see proof of that, because babe, if there's an SA involved and the police know it, they're going to file. She ain't got to file. Only thing that what I'm looking at when you see put the order back up, right? Because what I'm looking at, what I see is a DV allegation, right? Child abuse DV. So if it's sexual, babe, that changes the entirety of it. If it's just physical abuse, you can almost float that as, I'm gonna take my children out the house, but I can't prove it, so I ain't gonna file charges on it. And I think that's what we're looking at, babe. I'm not 100% certain, but I'm about 90. This is for sure a civil case. This for sure is a civil protection order. And like I said, when you're dealing with a criminal case, they don't ask you no questions about no protection. They're going to automatically provide it for you.
That makes sense. That makes that makes sense. So
Her name of her channel is on my community wall. Her name is Nyla. Her channel name is Nyla, then it's hyphenated La.
Okay, she sounds familiar. I watch her every now and again.
Yeah.
And when she said Vibers, I was like, wait a minute. Okay, Nyla. Because I know her one YouTube channel got taken down and she made another one.
Oh, did it? Why?
She got a lot of haters.
Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah.
So I just went on Maryland case search, and he's definitely being charged with some type of child abuse. I don't see a court date though. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I showed you. But again, I just looked for him versus Maryland because that's what it would be.
Are you typing or are you texting? Texting. Are you typing or texting? Because that don't make sense. Drop what off. Be careful.
Oh, where are we with this then? They're like,
because you asking me about the link. Yeah, but you can't click on it. Your phone did that. Oh, you can put the link in, but it's not gonna let you go right to it. So it's on my community wall if you just want to click on the link. You say you'll go to the court date and listen to the charges personally. Well, keep up with it, Alicia's World. Maybe they'll post one, and maybe you can come back and give us the scoop, girl. I appreciate you being here. Because if I was in Maryland, I know I would go. I said drop it. My phone added it. Oh, okay. Thank you, Bruce. I'm not in the vertical app. I went in the other way. Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
Protection order. You know what I'm saying? So she don't have to worry about him coming around. She can move out. She can get away from him. All of that. Right. But it's just a protection order. It's not a criminal charge.
Oh, and your sister-in-law just texted me and said for you to clarify what your situation was so people won't say that this was the type of thing that you were going through because of the way that you explained it. When you said you're very familiar with this.
Right, because what it is, if you put it back up on the screen one more time, if a person is lying on you and claiming, oh, he's beating me, he's got domestic violence against me and blah, 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 and you don't, well, this order won't go through. And so in my situation, no, I was not abusing my baby mom. I dare you to go pull the paperwork and embarrass yourself. Okay. So this is the things that people won't come on YouTube and talk about. Keep in mind, I brought this to the table initially in the attempt to help the quote unquote red pill space. The initial telling of this story was to help some of these men who run around complaining about women all the time. That's what I initially told the story. It was flipped and flopped and changed around to benefit people on YouTube. Okay. But in reality, I was never, ever, ever abusive to my baby mom. And she tried to use this against me to keep my son away from me. My son here now. Okay. Okay.
So Alexa says, bruh, I don't know who she's talking to. Maybe she means you because clearly I'm not a bruh. This is grossly incorrect information. You can have a civil and a criminal proceedings happening in tandem. Emergency protection orders are usually issued in family court. Yes, genius. That we know that. However, when these things happen and there's no arrest, what is your explanation for that?
Yeah, it's been a month.
He's not been arrested.
It's been a month. She filed this in September. So actually it's technically been 2 months because she had to wait for the court date to come up.
I was waiting to get to that, Alicia, because it's coming up later in this live stream about the divorce, the divorce. And you said, and I'm trying to figure out if that's the husband that filed for divorce in September because he filed for divorce first. That's another twist to the story. He filed for divorce, but before that, it's some things that happened before that too as well with these filings. Oh Lord, it's just a lot. It's a lot that makes you think that, and you think a case is open and shut. And then you get into the details, and it's way more.
Wow, so she didn't even file from him.
She eventually, I'm gonna try to contain it until it comes up in this live stream.
Whoever files pays for it.
What they got to?
She don't. What money does she have to pay to file a divorce?
Detroit, if a motherfucker do something to my child, there are going to be criminal charges and I'm going to file for divorce. I don't give a damn how much it costs.
And he's going to pay for all the costs.
Yes, but you have to ask for that. But she, in order to file, would have to pay a lawyer.
These
And
two,
I'm
are you
not
telling me
saying.
as to why
You
this
know what?
woman did not file
Y'all
for divorce?
hormones are going off the chart right now.
No,
All I'm saying
the truth.
is
She doesn't have to have money to file for divorce.
She does not.
it costs
Money.
money.
When it's a situation like this, quit talking about the money. Quit thinking about the money. Money doesn't matter. It doesn't. That's what got her in this shit. Why was she not the one that filed for divorce? Why?
With what money? Again,
She doesn't have to have money, dude.
The truth,
It's a
she has a family
divorce.
lawyer. She has a family lawyer, the truth.
It's a divorce. Somebody has to pay for it.
Oh my God.
Oh my.
It's not free for a divorce.
No
especially
one said
when you
it
have
was free,
children.
the truth. She's married to a rich person.
Okay.
The truth, do you know I'm not rich? Do you know I'm not rich? And do you know I can go down to the courthouse right now and file for a divorce if I was married?
Exactly.
Yes, but you have to ask for the waiver.
Okay, so she couldn't do that. She asking for food stamps. She asking for money on a GoFundMe, so she couldn't go down to the court and ask for a waiver.
Right.
But you have to substantiate why you need a waiver. She's married to a
First
rich
of all, she
man.
can get a lawyer, and they know her situation. He said he'll wait to get paid because we're going to make him pay for all
And
your
there are
fees.
charges filed. And there are charges filed.
Yes. There's a way around that.
Yes, but again, does she look that smart?
The truth, I asked a simple question, and I need a simple answer from you because right now you're giving me cause for pause. D-Truth, can you explain to me if all of this happened the way this woman said, why is he the one that filed for divorce and not her?
He might have been the one that jumped the gun. He might have been the one that said, hey, you know what? Fuck this. I'm filing for divorce. He could have been just first to do it because he put his name on it. It started. She could have wanted to do it, but he might have beat her to it. Because he has the money. He just pays a lawyer, they go down and they file it. But again, if he could divorce her before a lot of this stuff happens, he may gain a lot. You see what I'm saying? So there may be a reason why he jumped
what does
the
that
gun
say about
first.
you talking about him? What does that say about her? The fact that she didn't immediately file for divorce.
Well, again, what does she portray herself to be? Money. She wants money.
Okay, divorce will get her the money.
And he decided to preemptively strike before she could, which is very smart on his part.
You know what's gonna get you? You know what's gonna get you because I know what I know. Because I know what I know. You know what's gonna get you? You know what's gonna get you?
What's that?
When you find out the dates. Just pay attention. Stay tuned.
The dates that he asked? Yeah, I don't know the dates. That's what I'm saying.
All I'm gonna say is some dates out there, and as soon as you know these dates, you're gonna know why I'm so agitated about what you're saying.
You're always agitated.
No, I'm not.
I gotta know.
No, I'm not.
Truth, I just thought of something else.
You know what? To be honest, on my crime and justice channel, when it's something like this, I do come off agitated. I do. I notice that.
Oh, you yell at me more on the crime and justice channel than any other channel.
Especially when it comes to a case like this, and I apologize. But you know what? You always take it from me, and you don't take it personally. And I love you for that. I swear I do. I do.
Again, you're hinting that he did this before the charges were.
I ain't hinting nothing. I didn't hint anything. I just said
you're hinting that the charges were pending before any of this took place, which tells me that she may have accused him prior to her telling someone or taking a child to the hospital. If he filed before this, something
Thank you, Alicia. I appreciate it, girl. Thank you, Alicia, because I know you know. Go ahead, D2. But this is not their first domestic. It's not their first. It's not.
Yeah, no, it's not. But I'm saying something had to happen prior to this. Now it sets up his defense that he's divorcing her, and that's where all this is coming from. See what I'm saying? Remember I talked about the disgruntled spouse? I talked about that before that a lot of these charges, the reason that the district attorney will investigate before they start charging people is because if they see something like that, which you're hinting towards, if he filed divorce before she said anything, it is leaning towards a disgruntled spouse. So understand, both of you could jump on me, yell all you want. I knew what you were hinting at.
I still ain't saying what I was hinting at.
I see it. I can see it.
All right.
Somebody bent over. I saw it all. Okay.
Oh my God. Let's listen.
The court date was a month after the filing. We're a month after the court date, so it's actually been 2 months since this happened. Where's this criminal case been? I mean, I'm not grossly incorrect about anything. Like I said, if you look at the attorney on record, do me a favor, babe, pull that up again. Show the document right quick where they can see her name is Dawn something. And then I want you to go just Google that right quick and pull it up and show Dawn M. Green, defendant attorney. So Google that right quick, just put in Baltimore Dawn M. Green attorney, and you'll see she's a family law attorney. Okay, this should be a criminal case. And so unless you can show me a criminal case, shut up. Thank you. I appreciate
that. It's Dawn Green.
Dawn Green, Dawn M. Green, yeah. So I just looked at
law offices of Dawn M. Green. Yeah, let me put it up on the screen. And I think that we would have been, we would have had some room for speculation if there was an arrest, we could kind of defend her, or something like that. But this is definitely a family law, and I already know that if I was struggling to have this, here we go. Like, we don't do this, right, Taz? Starfish says, Nyla, this order is the first stage in the process. She has been told if she doesn't keep him away, DCFS. It doesn't work like that, genius. And I don't even mean that disrespectfully. If you take a child to the doctor and the doctor says that the child has been messed with in that way, they are going to file charges. You don't have a choice. You don't have a choice. They're going to file the charges for you. They're going to put the protective order in place on behalf of the children themselves. What are y'all not understanding?
Babe, just before you read the super chat, look at this. They have to investigate the allegation, Einstein, by interviewing the children. It takes time. So they got to interview children that have been physically abused that they determined in a hospital. Do you know anything about this?
Not a damn thing.
This is why, like I said, babe, this is what gets under my skin about doing so much of this content. I'm the person who understands that they get away with the crime. I discuss it from that position. So it's somewhat insulting when people who just don't know anything start, take it like you don't leave the hospital with your kid if there's been an abuse allegation. She didn't tell them that. She didn't tell them SA. She told them physical abuse. And that should be clear. You go to the police and tell them that and see what happens. Right? Go and see if
so basically this guy thinks, and this is her husband, Nyla's husband. He's been through something he got falsely accused for some things by his baby mom. He's very passionate about this. But basically he thinks the abuse charge, the abuse charge and what the hospital found was not necessarily sexual molestation, but just a physical abuse.
But
that's what he thinks. He thinks she's lying. Let me finish. He thinks that she is lying about the actual sexual abuse, that there probably was abuse, but just not sexual, but maybe just physical.
Girl, I promise you, if that woman is lying about that, putting that on her kids, I'm done.
Okay, so here's the thing. I don't think he checked the Maryland statute. It actually doesn't mention sexual, but it does mention child molestation falls.
Where you saw child molestation at?
Okay, I put it up.
You saw child molestation in the statute, but not particularly when it came to them.
No, it does. But child abuse, child molestation falls
do you
under
realize
child
what
abuse.
you're saying? What you're saying is, according to the statute, what they do is they put everything in a box, right? They put the molestation, they put physical, they put whatever in a box that says child abuse. So
But
that
they do
means
not put sexual abuse in with child abuse. See what I'm saying? It differentiates. The child molestation is in there, but sexual is not.
okay. So basically, what you're saying, if they check the box that says child abuse, it can or it cannot be
It
a case of child molestation
it
because they got
can.
it all in one box.
Yes, it
And
can.
it can be it or it can be not. So just because the child abuse box was checked doesn't mean that the charge includes molestation. Do you get it?
I'm going.
You're
I'm going.
saying
I'm going.
you're saying because the child abuse box was checked and molestation is in there, then automatically he was charged with that, and that's not true. If
Okay.
you're saying the box has all these different charges, and when it pertains to this particular case, it could be one, he could be charged with one, two, or three of them, or maybe one of them, or maybe two of them, and child molestation might not or could not be one of them.
Okay. I just put the Maryland
You
child
know what?
abuse statute in the chat. If you look on this
You're,
paper,
you're talking to me like I don't understand what the statute says. I
you're
understand.
not. You're not because I'm just saying. Okay, I'm gonna read the whole thing to you. Okay. Code of Maryland regulation defines child abuse and child neglect as physical injury, not necessarily visible, of a child under circumstances that indicate the child's health or welfare is harmed or at substantial risk of being harmed. Number two, the failure to give proper care and attention to a child, leaving a child unattended where the child's health or welfare is at harm or child is placed in substantial risk of harm. Number three, an act or acts involving sexual molestation or exploitation, whether physical injuries are sustained or not. Number four, identify and substantial impairment of child's mental or physical ability to function. Number five, credible evidence that has not been satisfactorily refuted that physical abuse, neglect, or sexual abuse occurred.
The truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Now I said that and let you read that for a reason. Because what you're telling me, and I just need yes or no. What you're telling me, what you just read, all of those provisions that you just read falls under one thing, and that's child
Yep,
abuse, right?
exactly.
All I'm saying to you is this. You read about 5 different scenarios. So that means if they check the box that says child abuse, all of those can pertain to this case. One of them, two of them can pertain to the case. All of them don't necessarily pertain to the case. So all I'm saying is they could have checked the child abuse box, but this case might not include the molestation part because she's saying that he abused them. Did you get what I'm saying?
Yes, but you're saying that the sexual abuse of the child was not written in there as part of the order.
It wasn't.
But it was because it falls under that statute.
You cannot say that sexual molestation was part of this order if it falls under a charge that has all of these orders that may not pertain to this particular case. That doesn't make sense.
And it may pertain to this particular case because it falls under the statute.
We're not gonna assume that it does.
You know what? Look at that little small spot.
You know what?
That's all they got room for.
So that sound means my pressure. That sound right there means my pressure just went up. You hear it?
Yeah.
Because you're not. This is crazy.
I'm only worried when I hear it go beep, beep. Then I worry. But
you know what?
But But it's not going to be specified on this because this is not a criminal.
Because it's not the truth. The only thing I'm saying is this, and you have to understand what I'm saying. I need to move on, and I can't because I need you to understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, because when you check the box of child abuse, it can mean one or all or some of those 5 particular scenarios. You have to think about the fact that just because child molestation is in that group doesn't mean it pertains to this case in particular. The truth, we can't say that the man was charged with sexual molestation because it falls under child abuse. His child abuse could be physical. His child abuse could be mental. His child abuse could be emotional and not molestation. You get what I'm saying?
And it could be number 5. Finding credible evidence has not been satisfactorily refuted that physical abuse, neglect, or sexual abuse occurred.
It could be. But what you have been stating this entire time is that this man was actually charged with molestation, and we can't say that. We can't, because we don't know which one of these ones pertain to him. You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
Why is it so hard for you to get what I'm saying?
Until we see the criminal charges, we won't know what any of it is.
That's what I'm telling you. So leave it right there, because that's not what you've been saying this whole life.
It is.
Leave it right there.
It falls under child abuse.
Let's leave it right there. I'm done. I'm done.
Damn it.
Don't be throwing a fit with me. I'm done. Now we done. We said it. You said it. I said it. We agree. Let's go.
We'll take care of it tonight, or they wait 2 months later. I mean, it's crazy. Right.
Especially if the 4-year-old is identifying him as the person that did it, and the doctor, she says, is identifying that it actually happened. So you think that they're gonna, what kind of, I can't. But when, like, literally you're talking to somebody that for years only did that type of content, only studied those kinds of cases. How many have you done? Where's your documentary on this? I don't understand. I don't understand, but then again, I do. You're probably from the BWE sector, and you're probably a bird brain like most of them. So anyway, this is his family attorney, and we already know that there's going to be another genius that's going to say, well, because he probably has a separate attorney for his criminal charges. There are no criminal charges. He would have at least been charged based on what she said, and this is more than a month old now. Based on what she said.
Well, it's 2 months, because like I said, it was a month before the court date. There was a month in between her filing and going to court to get the order established. So it's been 2 months. Right? Babe, one more time, put the document back up, please. Just one more time.
Okay.
One more time. Because it's a date on there. I can't remember. Okay, right there, filing date. You see it, 9/25/2024. Okay, so from that day forward.
You remember that date, right? True.
Yes.
You remember that date, right?
9/25. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
This case has been on their radar. What you're telling me is that at this point, this is the police fault. That's what you're implying. And I'm telling you, I know for a fact that she filed this under domestic violence, which again, if she can't prove it and she's going to the court to say, I don't know, I think he did it, they're not going to force that issue. The issue they'll force is what they know already that they can prove. So if she just said, I think he's doing it, she might get an order for that. She's not going to, this won't be a civil protection order if he's physically violating my children. He's going to jail for that. I don't understand how some of these people don't know some of this. It's crazy. I mean, it's like I say, it's an allegation of physical abuse, but not what we're talking about. The essay. It's not. She didn't take that to the police. It's just clear.
You know what? And we shouldn't even get upset, because this is a road that we've been down before with many other bird brains and dumbasses. And they never come back to say, you know what, you were right. As of yet, he's never been arrested, never had any criminal charges related to this. If you're saying that the child, right? There is none. There is none. Oh, so now we have a little bit of.
Look, I don't want to spaz out on your strain, but let me answer this. So, but how can the hospital come to complete conclusions that it's indeed him? Have you ever watched any shows or anything about this subject matter? It is the hospital that comes to the final conclusion that passes it over to the courts. That conclusion is made right there in the hospital.
The hospital can conclude that something happened, but they can't conclude who did it. That's not true, unless they found some type of bodily fluids or something that got tested and things of that nature. No. The hospital can say for sure that something happened, but they cannot particularly say that a particular person did it unless, even with even with the child saying it was the daddy, the only way the hospital can definitely say that it was the daddy if some type of fluids or something was left and tested. You can't the the hospital can't determine, yes, they can determine yes it was done, but they can't determine yes he did it. No, that's not true.
Okay, I can confirm that he has not been charged with any criminal because as of 10/22, he was pulled over for a traffic violation, and both of them are here. So I can see him coming up in the system,
Hmm.
right? But they're both for traffic violations, and that's it.
So he doesn't have any criminal
So
charges
he has not
pertaining
been
to.
charged criminally with any of this. That's why what he's saying about the hospital can find that somebody did something, but it's not up to the hospital to say who. See what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
it's up to the hospitals to say yes, something has happened. It's up to the police to find out who.
Right. Exactly.
So as of right now, he has not been charged. And the reason I say that is because I'm looking on here, and he was just in court on the 23rd of October
For
for
what?
for two traffic violations.
There you go.
This man, for some reason, this man does not have, never puts in registration, and doesn't have the proper anything.
But he got all this money. It makes no sense.
His car that he had no tags or the proper tags. But this isn't the first time. He has a slew of vehicle problems in his past, dating all the way back to like 2012. He has about
Wow.
20 cases of traffic infractions on him.
Wow. Mm. Okay. Thank you for that, be true. I appreciate you.
Are we good now?
Oh, we been good. We weren't never bad. We were never bad.
Little that something happened. Have you ever heard of an R kit, you stupid B word? Have you?
Yes.
I'm just saying, but at some point, what do you mean? How can a hospital come to complete conclusions? That's what they do.
The
The
child,
examination happens at the hospital. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
no, and the child, the mother said that the child told them. The 4-year-old said
I'm
he did.
sorry. I got to, y'all. I know, he's passionate. She's passionate. They've been through something with the courts and all this type of stuff. But no, just because, like I said, and I got to say it again, just because the hospital, just because the baby said it was daddy, the hospital did determine something happened, doesn't automatically means that he will be arrested. No, that's not how it works. It doesn't. Yeah.
It-
Hey, Melissa.
That's what the mother said. The mother said
Yeah,
that he did it.
it's frustrating. It is frustrating. I don't, you know what I'm saying? When you saying all that to a judge, or to,
I am his beloved. Welcome. Hi to you too. This is a channel called Nyla. The link is on my community wall if you want to go check it out. This is Nyla and her husband speaking.
a police officer, somebody going to jail. She said that to us on the internet, and people are confused as to how these investigations go.
A woman can, you can lie and say a man beat you up and he can get locked up temporarily, or at least a charge. He can get a charge for that. You can get, if I just said you hit me, can't you get a charge?
No, you can't. You can't.
Unless there's physical.
Unless there's physical,
Yeah,
right there.
it has to be. You have to. They have to show just cause. It's your word against his word, unless they see physical evidence that you've been punched.
It used to be, I
scratched.
think, that you could call the police and say he hit me, and they probably would arrest, but not now.
Yeah.
No.
Now, basically, unless they can find physical evidence that a struggle has occurred, that you've been choked or punched or something, they're going to ask one of you to leave.
Mm-hmm.
That's the resolution that they've come to. And again, they tell them you can come back if you want to come. But you need to leave for at least 24 hours. That gives her enough time to go do what she's got to do to get you out of the house or whatever. But unless there's physical evidence that you've been struck, no one's getting arrested.
Right.
For that. And
Yes,
then they investigate.
They're going to come remove me from the house. In the initial part of it, I will get locked up. Now, depending on how much the police officers believe you is what they're going to do in terms of the lockup. I might get a low bond if they don't believe you, right? Or if they do believe you,
the only way they're going to immediately take you, sir, is if that woman has injuries, clear evidence that you beat her up. That's it. They're not going to take you by word of mouth. I don't know if that's what happened in your case, but your case was years ago. I'm talking to this guy. His case was years ago. I don't know if that was the case with his case, but they definitely don't do that now. You can't just call the police and lie. You got to show. There's got to be some evidence of too many women, and it's sad to say, but I'm gonna say it, has lied about being abused. I'm sorry, it happens. They lie.
Now,
I despise that type woman. I despise any woman that used kids to say they was abused to get back at a man. I despise any lying when it comes to any type of abuse. I think it's disgusting. I think that these people that lie and it's proven that they're lying should go to jail. There should be some repercussions because you can ruin somebody's life by lying about abuse. And also, it's so many victims out there that are not believed due to the fact that there are so many women, men, anybody lying about being abused. So there are real victims out there that got to go through hell and high water to prove something is being done to them because there's so many idiots out there lying. Go ahead, be true.
Now, they said they should go to jail. Well, again, how do you prove that they lied? It could be something that they felt.
I'm not going to go into any detail about how do you prove. I'm going to say the people. All I'm going to say is people that have proven to be, I'm going to say people that have proven to be lying about abuse should go to jail. I'm not saying that you want to go into how do you prove it? How do you prove it? I don't know. I don't care. All I'm saying is once it's proven, if it's proven that a person is lying about being abused, they need to go to jail.
Most of the time, they won't be charged unless it happens a second time.
They don't even get charged then. That's a lie.
Well, if you can show a pattern that they've lied to do this to get that person arrested.
I have never heard of a lying ass motherfucker who has lied on somebody more than one time getting locked up. I've never heard of it ever.
A false report is
because you have women. Listen, because you have women that got a track record. They done had 5 niggas come through their house, and all 5 of them niggas got a charge for hitting them, and she ain't locked up yet.
Well, again, you could civilly sue them for that.
Now you want to go into another realm. I'm not going there. I'm not going to no silver.
You went down the rabbit hole. I did.
I'm not going. I said locked up. I ain't finna go into no silver realm. And Boquisha ain't got no money, or this dude ain't got no money to sue Bonquisha, who ain't got nothing for no civilly for lying and saying he hit her when he just wanted to leave. Okay, I'm not doing it.
But it's very hard to prove in a court of law that someone lied about something like that. That's all I'm saying. It's very hard to prove that.
Sometimes it doesn't take a court a lot to prove, but the truth. Sometimes it doesn't take a court a lot to figure out somebody's lying.
You want them charged. I think women should be arrested for saying somebody's baby daddy when they know damn well he ain't the baby daddy.
Oh Lord, here come your trigger. Okay, I'm pushing play. I'm pushing play.
Through the roof. So I'm saying all of that is determined by the police officers when they come for the call. But if the determination is that I'll hit you, which would mostly be based off of your word, they get me up out of here. Period.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why some people do end up with children in bad positions all the time if their parents are this fucking dumb. And it's really weird. Like, I don't really care about what's going on in the UK, to be honest, in family court. Obviously, the tea and crumpets are rotten because it does not make sense for you to at least know that she has said that the doctor said this happened, that her child identified the person. This report says that this was filed in September. It's November. This man has never been charged with anything. You think that they're waiting to investigate? Is that what? Are we assessing that? Are we assessing that the courts have the determination of the doctors that this is happening, but but they're waiting to investigate.
That's exactly what they do. That's the reason for investigation, because the doctors have determined something's happened, and now it's time to investigate. Unless that man was caught in the act, unless they got some type of fluid, some type of DNA to prove that he did it, it has to be an investigation. That's just how it goes. Like I say, it's sad to say, but just because a doctor or a hospital determines that the abuse happened and the child said that it was daddy, they still y'all. But that's where the emergency court orders come in at, and he's ordered from the home, and he's ordered to stay away, he's ordered to this and the third, because you can't just automatically arrest him, like I said, unless he's caught in the act, unless there's like maybe video evidence or something like that, something, just substantial that proves he did it. No, it has to be an investigation, and that's just how it goes. You true talk for about 2 minutes. Give me a minute. Let me go.
And again, that child is protected for a whole year. He can't go anywhere near them for any reason unless the court allows him to have visitation, which I doubt that will happen. But again, the fact that child abuse is written on this protective order tells me that they believe something happened, but they don't have enough proof. And again, a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old is not credible enough to arrest or take this to a grand jury. That's the big, what people don't understand is that's the big thing. A lot of time prosecutors will basically charge somebody, but if there's questions, they'll bring it to a grand jury and allow a grand jury to charge him. I believe the district attorney doesn't believe there's enough evidence, and not with relying on a 4-year-old's testimony to convict him, especially when there's other circumstances going on, like a pending divorce. That's a big, right there, that pending divorce puts the pending divorce puts a big question mark on a lot of this stuff. And the timing of the divorce could be why this is so questionable, that this is her trying to get back at him. I know it's not fair. I know you guys don't want to hear that, but that is a big question mark on the validity of any of this. So you can say what you want.
True.
Y'all can yell at me. What?
True. Yeah. Look at you crying. You think you can hold it down for me for about 5 minutes without getting in trouble with the people?
I'm already in trouble because I just said something they didn't want to hear. But
okay, well, I'll get you out of it when I come back. Keep talking. I'll be right back.
Go ahead. So, what do you guys think the pending divorce? And I want to hear Faith. You've been very vocal in there. Okay. Do you think the pending divorce and the date of the pending divorce holds a lot of credibility on this whole story? Because the only person I see pop up and say I think she's lying is Mad. But he don't believe nobody. But I'm just saying, do you think the pending divorce holds a lot of credibility when it comes to this entire case? And the fact that he has not been charged yet, because I just checked the website, he has not been charged with anything criminal according to this case. So what do y'all think? Is anybody up here with me, or is it just me by myself now? Fawn, you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay. What do you think about the pending divorce having a problem with the investigation in this?
If he filed divorce prior to the accusations given now, yeah, I would kind of question that.
Yeah, I would like to see the dates. Someone just said, I'm just trying to match dates of each
I need the timeline,
divorce.
actually. Yeah, I need the timeline.
So Faye says no. She doesn't see this as a big... but it is, because, again, the number one defense of anyone that's being accused of something like this that is going through a divorce will say the first thing that will come out of the defense lawyer's mouth is that the child was coached. The child was coached. And that's why the child said, see right there, well, that, but see, that September 26th does not get him off the hook because the date is November 25th. So the date of the file for divorce does not get him off the hook because it's the day after he was accused. Now, if it was the 15th of September, then I would say, okay, something happened. But, because he filed it on the 26th, it tells me he's been caught.
Oh, wait a minute, because I'm multitasking here. He filed on the 26th,
Yes.
and this right here was filed on the 25th. The accusations that a girl made or found.
Again, the hospital could not have found anything that would immediately point to him. Because if they did, he would have been arrested.
What I'm saying is he filed for divorce after he had went to the hospital the day before.
Yes. Because the filing date of this no, but understand something. This is the filing date of the restraining order. So the day after they filed for a restraining order, he filed for divorce. But because that's the restraining order. So this had to be a couple days earlier that she went to the hospital. Maybe even a day before. We're talking about the 24th. She could have filed for this restraining order. You see what I'm saying? So she may have went to the hospital on the 24th. I would need to see the dates from the hospital, but he filed 3 times for order of protection and he was denied the same day. Come on. But where is that, Faith? So he filed for protection against her? Or she filed? Did she file or he filed?
See, I'm getting confused now. See, I need a timeline because I'm getting confused.
Yeah, well, I want to know what date did she take the children to the hospital? That's it can't be. She could have took them on the 25th, meaning that she was there from the 24th to the 25th, and that next morning she went to court to get the emergency protection order, because this is definitely an emergency protection order. And you see this, right? It's an emergency protection order, right?
Yeah, what's the date on here?
The filing date, but it did not end up in court until the 22nd
of October. So, and he filed for divorce 9/26.
The day after
10/26.
Yeah, the 26th
of October.
Yes, but the filing date for this emergency restraining order was filed on the 25th.
Okay, yeah, I'm confused on the time.
Well, he may have just went and filed for divorce without her really knowing about it. So Faith saying that he asked for a protection order and was denied. Again, what proof? She has proof. When she went to the hospital saying something did happen.
Okay, I'm back. What did you do? What did you say?
Only thing he did was for me is confuse me even more.
How is that?
On the timelines here.
So
I'm confused of when she went to the hospital, when he filed for divorce.
I was hoping not to go that deep, until we get to it in this live.
Well, I didn't do it. They did it in the chat. Yell at them. So, okay, Faith is saying that he filed for protective orders 3 times and was denied.
He did.
Right? So
did.
the filing date of this protective order was September 25th.
Hi, Lucinda. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. And then he filed for divorce on the 26th,
Mm-hmm.
which was the next day. Now, I'm just throwing it out here. So she could have went to the hospital on the 24th, and the next day, as soon as court opens, she filed the protective order. But you can get a protective order straight from the police.
It'll all make sense, Sabrina. That's why I didn't want to jump into that until we got
I
to
didn't do it. I didn't do it.
That's all right. That's all
I
right.
didn't do it. It was Fawn, wasn't me.
Before they do that, hush.
Thank you.
All right, let's listen, y'all. But yeah, that's what I was telling y'all. It's a lot. It's a lot that we're gonna get to. But yeah, it can be confusing too as well. That's why I wanted to kind of go in order.
Yes,
All
I'm
right.
kind of confused at this point.
That's okay. It'll be
Yeah.
fine. I don't know. You good, Faith? Y'all are good. Don't nobody apologize. It's okay. D Truth always mess something up. This D Truth. I'm blaming him.
Damn. You're not
I'm
going to
sure
see
no
it.
one has seen the doctor's
No,
report,
and
Sonya.
you're not.
You will never see that ever.
You're not going to see it. And this was an argument I had with Essie Berry and them, that they had no right to read the investigation of child abuse on YouTube. They had no right. That's a document that's not supposed to be shared with anyone, not even within the Department of
Right.
Social Services. Is it supposed to be shared among each other? If you're
Right.
assigned to the case, you can see it, and your supervisors can see it. That's it. And if the court, whoever's in the court, can see it, but you don't
Right.
share it with other people. That's not something we do. And then on top of it, they didn't even retract any names.
Sonya says, so do we know they actually win? That's a good question.
Well, I'm believing they did, because they wouldn't have gotten this type of restraining order if they didn't have
That's
some
not true.
medical
That's not
background.
true. I don't believe that,
Yeah,
but okay.
but you got the judge has to believe it happened.
Y'all the judge. Okay, you're right. All right, let's listen. You're right about that part.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say I don't be tripping. That was 20 years ago. You know what I'm saying? 22 years ago.
He called me out, so I had to let him know. We know what we're talking about. Go ahead, girl. Did you see? You always starting something. I know it.
In my defense, I was unsupervised.
Oh, so now you want to blame me because you was unsupervised. So that makes. Oh my God.
Okay, in my defense, I was left unsupervised, and
My
Fawn
God, today.
did not supervise
And
me.
I forgot.
So-
I didn't forget. Fun was up here, but in my haste trying to hurry up and get through. I should have said, "Fun, take over." True, follow Fun.
Yeah,
I'm trying to multitask. I'm working.
I know you trying
and
to work too.
I can't read the chat too. And I'm listening to D Truth give these dates. I'm like, I'm confused at this point.
It don't take much to confuse you. But again, I was
Mother sucker.
I was
you did every night. Okay, sweetie, let me go look forward. Y'all crazy. I can't do nothing with D Truth and Fun, baby. I just want y'all to know that. I can't do
I'm
nothing.
about to punch him in his chest.
I was unsupervised and left to my own devices. So you get what you got. I'm just saying. Don't leave me unsupervised and ain't gonna get crazy, because it will.
Thank you, Renee. Great live truth. I'm enjoying you and D Truth. Thank you, girl. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Lord have mercy. Lord, pro Fun beard. Leave Fun alone, D Truth. You always bother him. Leave alone.
Yeah, I'm ready to punch him in his chest.
Oh God, Jesus, no. So okay. Yeah, Fun be working too, Faye. She be work multitasking.
Now, to be exact, you know what I'm saying? And to be honest, I'm glad I had that experience. Some of those experiences made me a better person. Some of those experiences made me a better father. It taught me that I wasn't entitled. It taught me that I might have to fight to see my son. You know what I'm saying? Some of those things were bad, but they were good experiences for me. And now I see them as good experiences to pass along to not just my son, but somebody else. But if people ain't gonna listen and just, outright reject the obvious, what can you say? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't mind talking about it though, because ain't nothing to be ashamed of. Like I said, go pull the paperwork if you don't believe me.
Okay. So,
And I do see two people in your comment section having a conversation as if, they're correct. I just wish some people would just go to Shannon Sharp's in the places they're usually at, right? Some of these topics ain't for everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like if you don't typically deal in this as a topic, you probably shouldn't just pop up now like you understand and know everything, right? Because it's not as simple as, oh, they got to investigate. The danger and threat that a man like this represents, if he's being taken to the police as that threat, the investigation comes with him having a criminal charge, not before he gets the criminal charge. People like this are looked at.
You're wrong. There's always an investigation before a criminal charge. That's not right. Now, I was multitasking, listening to this, and I heard a lot of good stuff. But that right there, that's wrong.
He is
Every arrest is preceded by an investigation.
Yes. And unless there is enough evidence to secure an arrest, it won't be an arrest. See what I'm saying?
Exactly. I don't know where he gets that from. Like I say, unless he's talking about something that's imminent or is immediate, like you catch somebody in the act, or it's always an investigation. Come on now.
And there has to be some kind of physical evidence that would tie him to the crime, other than someone accusing him of a crime. People don't get arrested because someone accused them. There has to be some evidence that proves that person accusing that person is right. Just like when you see things that happen, if a woman says, well, he did it, and there's evidence that something was done, yes, that person will be. But again, being taken to be questioned is not arrested.
No, that's being questioned.
They're being questioned. They're being detained. They're not arrested.
That's just like if a grown woman goes into the hospital, a grown woman goes into the hospital and says that this guy RAPED'd me, okay, and they examine her, determine she was RAPED, but unless there's some type of DNA, some type of fluids, there's going to be an investigation before he is picked up. Now, he may be questioned. Is my phone down? He may be questioned, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's going to be arrested unless it's some type of, like I say, evidence
or a history. If he
it doesn't even have the truth. Don't do that.
But if he has a history,
the history only comes into effect really if he's charged and when they go to court. Just because there's a history, that still doesn't mean in a immediate arrest.
That's what probable cause is all about.
Yeah, probable cause. Now that's true. Probable cause because of the history. That's a fact.
You have to have probable cause. There has to be something tying him. A person cannot just say he did it. You're going to be questioned. You might be detained, so they can question you. They'll put you in a lineup. They'll do all kinds of things, but they won't charge you until the DA says, "I have."
No. In fact, people think that the cops the cops don't actually. The DA is the one that make those charges stick. The DA is the one that put those charges on people.
Yes, they can arrest you, but it's just whatever evidence they have, and unless they have probable cause, they're not going to charge you with a crime unless they can back it up.
Right. Okay. All right. Here we go.
As a threat on the streets to everyone. So no, we don't wait and investigate while he sits out here and is a threat to people. It's sad, man. It's sad.
It is really sad. It's sad. It's actually pathetic.
It's called what is it called? It's a term for the process. Due process.
Yeah, due process. Well, due process would be once you're charged, you have this amount of time to go to court, and the court
that's it. But it's a process. All in all, it's a process. You can't just go arresting people just because somebody says he did this or she did this. It has to be evidence.
But they are out of immediate danger. That is the thing.
That's the goal, though.
It's not to arrest him quickly without all the evidence, because again, that's how people get away with stuff. is because they're too quick to arrest him. They don't have the proper stuff to get the final push to charge him what he really needs to be charged with. But these orders are to protect the person that they say so-called harmed them. Okay? It doesn't, like I said, a judge has to believe you, but it doesn't take much for the judge to believe you. Just has to be enough to push him towards granting this. So the judge felt like something did happen. If he's not the one that did it, I need to protect them from him.
Mm.
See what I'm saying? That's what this is all about, protecting them from him. And that's what they did. Just because they didn't charge him yet doesn't mean they're not going to charge him. They just don't have enough evidence to charge him yet. But the fact that he has a protective order against him from the says a lot. So he can't harm them, and that's the whole purpose of what's happening right now. You take the threat away from the person that says they've been threatened.
Right. All right, y'all. This is
what it is. So again, no criminal charges are filed at all. This is, and like you said, they would automatically issue the order of protection if this, was actually, I just can't. Carol Griffith says, you both are correct. I'm a school psychologist. And if it's suspected that a parent was abusive, the child does not go home from school. But I guess maybe Alexa knows better than you, Carol. So Alexa is of the mindset, and obviously okay with the investigation taking how long? Over a month for a child that's been confirmed by the doctors.
I can't believe her. I can't believe they believe that you can just say somebody did something and automatically they arrested without an investigation. I can't believe they believe that. But anywho.
This is crazy. This is crazy. Miss Reese says, who would lie about this?
I think they're basing that thought on the fact that the baby said it was him, right? So they think that since the baby said it was him, and it was confirmed that something was done, then bam, wham, he should be arrested. But that's not how it works.
And they're assuming that the hospital is corroborating what was said because they said it a couple times. The hospital said, no, I don't think the hospital said that because there would be different. The
hospital said something definitely happened. They did not say he definitely did.
He did it, and without the hospital saying no, he did it, what are they going to charge him with?
All right.
What are they going to charge him with? Just because a 4-year-old said he did it, that's not enough. I'm sorry. I know everyone wants to believe the child pointing, but again, we got other circumstances going on here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, but people do lie about stuff like this. I'm not saying that she's lying. I'm saying that there are no criminal charges filed.
And actually, the word I used earlier, which seems to be more fitting, is embellished, right? Because she is not with him for some reason. So I don't completely I'm not going to sit here and say nothing happened. I think that would be nonsense. But there's a level of questioning that comes with what she said happened, because I know better, right? So again, look at the geniuses here. So criminal charges are automatic. In terms of what? In terms of stealing a Twix out of the supermarket? No, probably not. But in terms of the hospital determining that a child was bothered, yeah, fam, you can bet the charges are waiting at the jail for you. It's just almost unreal that people believe some of this stuff. And this is an underreported crime. I mean, think about how bad this is, babe. Like, that people don't even understand how to deal with an underreported crime to the point where maybe this is why it's underreported. So much ignorance.
Yeah, I mean, it would have to be, especially honestly, I've never seen this level of stupidity. When outside of when you were talking about black femicide and the men made up stuff like Melocide and stuff like that, this has got to be the dumbest response to SA that I've ever seen. We just identified him, Vicky Vale. I can't. I just can't, because again, no criminal charges are filed. He has not been locked up. He's not been arrested, but we do have a civil order of protection for child abuse and domestic violence.
And see, this is why, like I said, just right quick, babe. So based on Fuzzy's comment,
right? This bitch out.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, babe. Go ahead. Cause see,
I was just gonna say, but don't tell me to go ahead and start talking. But look, based on Fuzzy's comment, she's right though, and that's what I'm trying to make sure that these people who pushing back understand. The hospital ain't letting you go off of the report. Okay, so she did not report this to a hospital. She went and just filed this paperwork at the jail, at the county records division or whatever. She went and filed a DV protection order, which does not denote any criminal charges. If any of this happens at a hospital, somebody going to jail. There's no question about that. I'm just confused at y'all understanding of how this works. Like, if they have evidence that supports something happened, she don't have to press charges. The state will.
You're right about that. But the state got to know who to press the charges against.
Exactly. They're just gonna pick up whoever. No, and the fact you're absolutely right. But it says right there, child abuse, and it says in the court orders, shall not abuse, shall not contact, shall not abuse. So they're acknowledging, the judge is acknowledging that some abuse has happened, or he wouldn't have put that in there. He could have just put no contact, shall not contact, shall not enter. He could have put just those things without putting shall not abuse. See what I'm saying? So again, they're reading into this and they're upset, but he's upset about more than just
he's emotionally invested.
Yeah. He's underlined because he has been accused of something. But here he is accusing another man of something. But now he's backtracking and saying, I don't think any of this really happened. But again, what proof does she? If she comes in and says, "Well, he's been abusing my child,"
he's not backtracking at all.
Well,
he feels that she's lying about the abuse, the sexual.
But again, you can't just go into court and say, "Well, my husband's been abusing my child." Well, what proof do you have? And the first thing the judge is going to say, did you go to the police with this? Did the police know about this? That's what the judge is going to say. You can't just go in there and go, well, you know what? She could have went in there for domestic violence because I guess it happened before, but she put child abuse on there. So what evidence do you have that he abused your child? Did you go to the hospital with your child? Because that's the first thing I'm asked. Did you take your child to the hospital? Do you have pictures? Do you have any evidence to tell me that this actually happened? Other than your word that it happened. Because again, I tell people all the time, if you think it's abuse, there should be pictures. Immediately. Pictures of the abuse. And that's adults or children. There should be pictures taken immediately. Because a picture is what they need to see. Not 3 days later, not a week later. They need to see it right after it happened. Why do you think the police immediately come and there's a photographer? As embarrassing as that is something they immediately do. In the emergency room or wherever she's being treated, a photographer comes in and takes pictures of all of the wounds or bruises or whatever immediately. Because if you don't have the pictures, it's your word against theirs.
All right. Here we go.
Let me and Alexa's about to get the attention that she wants. Let me tell you something, bitch. This man that I'm talking to on here with you and myself have had our families attacked, our money, our children, our grandchildren, our reputations specifically for believing and speaking up on behalf of victims. So bitch, don't you ever forget where the fuck you at. I don't know where you come from. I don't even know why the fuck you here if you don't know what it is, especially him. Okay, to the point where I don't even want him out in Front Street supporting Black women anymore because of him supporting them. Bitches like you come through running off at the mouth and starting all type of other fugazi shit. Like, for real, stay away. I'm trying not to spaz. Just go away. Go away. For you to bring your stupid ass over here talking this shit, you have no clue who you're talking to. Block that hoe, please. Block that hoe. Like, I'm trying.
Some people are, but you know what, they too. Some people are chasing the story for the story to continue. Effectively, this puts an end to the story in its current format. Some people don't want to see that. And the current story that's being told, that story dead, man. We need to know what really happened. And since you ain't telling us, this is it, right? Until something else develops. This would be it. And I think some people don't like that. They're only in it for the gossip part of it. They're not in it to protect no children or have that understanding.
Right. And again, like the back to the BWE community, this is the type of stuff that they feed on, right? So it has to go on. It has to keep going. You know, and it has to be to their narrative to a T. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. That is not a court-ordered protection filed because the hospital found that these children have been bothered. That's not what happened.
Right. Right. She went and filed that protection order. And I think sometimes we forget that you can just go down to the police station and file a protection order. It really is that easy. And so, again, I don't want this to get conflated. I'm not saying no abuse happened. I'm saying the story she told, it didn't happen that way in terms of going to the police and all of that. Some of that is cap. It just has to be, because if the police determine that something happened to your child through the hospital, charges get filed that night. They know 2 months later.
Immediately. And you know what? I think I should be able to pull up a case
That's
where
not
that actually
true.
happened. Because like as soon as this happened, because she said the hospital determined not only it was her, but also the baby, right? If anything, I mean, the kids would have been taken away, period, if they can't determine who did it. You know, they have to protect the children. Some charges have to get filed. Especially
They have to protect the children doesn't necessarily mean charges will be filed right then. They will protect the children though. I don't get why these people don't know that. I don't understand.
if there's a child identifying their abuser, they have to get filed, and they don't take a month or so to investigate it.
Yeah, they do. Personal experience knowledge, yeah, they do. They take sometimes more than a month. It's irritating, it's frustrating, it's a lot. But yeah, they do. Investigations take time, and sometimes they take time.
And if it's a 4-year-old accusing somebody, you can't just take that and run with it. That child needs to be examined by a psychiatrist.
The child talks to psychiatrists, psychologists. They talk to. It takes time, and yeah. And somebody made a good point in the chat in saying that, from what we know, ISIS said that the daughter said that. We don't know that the daughter said that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, the daughter may not have said that to the
The
hospital.
trophy wife told us, the YouTube, that her daughter said it was daddy. We didn't hear the daughter say it was daddy. We don't know that the daughter said it was daddy. That's what I'm saying. That's it.
You will get charges pending investigation. Am I right or wrong, babe?
Mm-mm.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
You don't get charges pending in
If there's not
you
enough,
don't get charges pending an investigation. No.
no, you don't get charges until there's enough evidence to substantiate that you are the one they believe did it.
My God.
So again, you're not gonna, again, I believe they're looking at different circumstances, and I don't think they're putting the 4-year-old in the picture. It's a 4-year-old. Now we're talking about a woman that had a rocky marriage. Let's just put it like that. She has a rocky marriage. The police are going to be like, she could have told the child to say that. And then when they quit,
that's what the perpetrator says all the time. She coached.
Exactly. I said that's the number one defense of these people that are accused of these crimes, that the child was coached. And this man right here could attest to that whatever bad thing was said that the child backed up, that child was coached to say that. And they don't want to let down that parent, so they're going to say whatever they were told to say. But it takes a trained psychiatrist to actually see whether they're coached. And most times, the child is saying words they should not know how to say, or should not even be in their vocabulary. Is one of the big giveaways that usually points that they've been coached. But again, there's other ways that they get them. And again, y'all get mad when I ask questions in about 5 different ways. That's exactly what you're doing to that child.
We're not these people you deal with every day in real life. We're just the order. We don't want to go through all that you put these people through.
I understand that.
You got to distinguish between each job. Be true.
Yeah, but I understand that. But there's a reason why you ask a question 5 different times differently.
I get it. I know it. I get it.
And they do that to a child too, because they want to see the child's reaction. each time that the question is asked, but it's a little different.
All
See what I'm
right.
saying? That's
Yeah,
all I'm saying. Go
I
ahead.
know. I know.
She would be investigated as well for it happening on her watch. Because I don't know if those geniuses down there recognize this or not, but when something happens, the police ain't just able to just believe you either, right? They have to investigate on behalf of the child. So just because you said it was him, that don't mean that they ain't gonna investigate you too.
Right.
Somebody getting in trouble, fam. 2 months later, ain't no traction, ain't no movement, nah. But that's just not how it works. And she came and told us the story as if it was already determined that he did it, and determined that, you know what I'm saying, all of this was known. And she didn't mention him going to jail or anything, which stood out to me though, because that should have been part of the conversation, right? That should have been somewhere in there. Hey, they locked him up. Hey, they grabbed him. He's out now. You know what I'm saying? Something. All that was left off.
Yeah, Dr. Pat. His name is Arenthro Dowdy. That's his name. And this is the face of the man that she is claiming did these horrible things to her daughters. So just in case, because I'm gonna tell you, it was hard for me to watch the video based on what she said, because I didn't even catch the part where they said she was like, the police escorted her, right? So let me just skip around a little bit. Listen, this is the intro. Sorry.
Hi, ladies. Hi, trophies. Welcome back to my channel.
She's playing.
I honestly
ISIS
don't even
now,
really
y'all.
know where to start with this, just because it's just such a hard topic. And I honestly thought that by the time I got on here that I wouldn't have any tears left because I've just cried so much. And
I just want to say this, a lady, I'm not saying that she's lying because I don't have any way of knowing that. But what we're saying is this, based on what she said, the hospital determined that there was a problem. She is saying that the daughter identified the father as the abuser. So based on that, and looking into the situation for the paper trail, why would not even any charges filed? We should be there should be a paper trail that suggests that this woman is filing, or someone is filing criminal charges on behalf of these children. It's not there. It's not there. The only thing that we have is what we showed, which is the civil protection order. And it says that the case status is complete. So how is a case status complete for sexual assault? Can someone explain that to you? Where did those two geniuses go? Why is this complete?
And see, it is important to note too, just for the record, that's kind of what I was trying to say. I just want to make sure it's clear that a TPO is not the same as a CPO. Okay, you get a TPO and that'll expire within a month or two, right? If not, a week. But a CPO lasts for a year. She went and filed for a CPO based on DV. You can do that without filing criminal charges. I'm saying again, I'm telling you what I know. Now, if anything happens outside this, I don't mind coming and say, hey, look, I was wrong about such and such. But I'm not. I'm telling you I'm not. I know I'm not. And if you can find something that points me to being wrong, I don't mind looking at it. But everything I've seen that goes along with this case points to it not being criminal. And when a criminal case is filed against you in places like, let's say, Baltimore, your task can find that, though, right? Like, I can find that. If he had a criminal case filed against him, it wouldn't be hard to put it up. So that's a problem.
Right. And Fedora, she says in this video, she didn't say the daughter told the hospital. She said the daughter told her. Thank you so much. I didn't say she told the hospital, but go ahead, babe, because I already know.
Because that's to imply, like, what she said in terms of saying that to me implied that she told the hospital though. Like your daughter is in position to go in and tell the hospital, so that would be your job. That's what I implied from it, was that daughter tells her, she takes daughter to the hospital, tells the hospital what happened to the daughter. He's going to jail off of that. If that happened that way, he would be in jail right now. Period.
Right. Or are you saying, Miss Fedora, that because the reason, based on this video, and we'll go over it again, she said that she took her daughter to the doctor based on her daughter telling her that, right? And her daughter telling her who did it. So you're going to take your daughter to the hospital and the hospital is going to confirm it for you and you're not going to tell on him? Is that why he has no criminal charges? That what you're trying to say? Because that can be true too, right? Is that why he has no criminal charges? Because the daughter told her and she is protecting him? Is that what you're saying?
How would she be protecting him if she took the daughter to the hospital? That makes sense, the question. And I hope that ain't what that person is saying, because if she was going to take the baby to the doctor or to the hospital to get it confirmed or whatever, that's not protecting him. She's not protecting him. I don't know.
Alternative to that message. Am I wrong, babe?
That's what it would have to be. And this is why I don't believe her story, though, babe. This is why I don't believe she was escorted by the police to the hospital. Because if the police are at the hospital, they're in on the report as it comes out, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, for example, if me and you go to the hospital and I done did something crazy to you, and they're trying to determine what happened to you, the first thing they're gonna do, the police gonna come pull me to the side and ask me, so you don't know nothing? You have no idea how her eye got black. You just brought her here.
Right.
For me, it does not equate the way that she told the story. You know, I mean, again, like I said, I don't know why people don't get that, but I don't have to reach here. I don't want the worst for anybody. But the way she told the story, the police are right there at the hospital, which means, yeah, somebody getting charged right now.
Just because the police are right there at the hospital does not mean somebody's getting charged right now. That does not mean that. And I'm gonna stop saying it, y'all. But it's like every time they say it, I just be want to correct it because I don't want nobody to believe that's how it happens. I know this for facts. That's not how it happens. It's not. I mean, it's just not how. It's not how it goes. Now, like I say, it'd be different if the person was caught in the act, or if the hospital had determined with DNA evidence, found any kind of bodily fluids. That's more immediate, but no, just to be told that it was somebody that doesn't mean immediate arrest. It doesn't.
Okay,
Wow.
hold on one second. So this guy is right for certain things, but wrong for other things. So right now, if she did take, because we don't know exactly, did she take the child to the hospital? Why wasn't there? A CPS report is already being done. So CPS is investigating this also, along with the police. So she's also being investigated by CPS because they don't just investigate one; they investigate everyone, especially when the hospital is not pointing the finger at somebody, or they're taking the child's word but not taking. So an investigation is started. So CPS is investigating, police are investigating. So
And that's what I mean. And that's what I need people to understand. That even though the 4-year-old said it was daddy, the way it works in actual investigation works is that CPS and the police are gonna ask about any other adults that child is around on a day-to-day basis. They're gonna investigate other people as well, not necessarily as deep as the dad, but they are going to ask about other adults that the child comes in contact with.
and they're going to talk to the other children that are
Yeah,
at the house because those
yeah,
children may have seen something. Those
yeah.
children may have seen something. Well, daddy does go in there late at night. They're going to ask the other children all kinds of questions. So, in investigation, you can't just go. And I don't know, the hospital thing is becoming more shaky as I'm listening to them talk about it because they're right. If the hospital deemed that something did happen, then the police now have a bigger role to determine what happened. But I don't believe that somebody would be automatically arrested. I
See,
think the steps
I
that were
think their
taken,
mindset. I think their mindset is the child said it was the daddy. The hospital determined something happened, so automatically the daddy is supposed to be arrested. But I'm here to tell you that's just not how it happens. It doesn't. I
because
know it's sad. Hmm.
you're giving him fuel to fight this. You would give him fuel to fight this. Say you
It has nothing
immediately
to do with
arrested.
fuel to fight. It has everything to do with that's the law. It's the law. You have to investigate. You have to have a certain amount of evidence to charge someone with that with a crime. Period. That's what
Okay,
the investigation is for.
the case is not closed. It says complete, which means her order has been granted. Okay,
Welcome to the chat. Nothing but the truth, the voice of reason. Welcome. Thank you. Make sure you subscribe. This is what I don't understand. Why they closed the case and he had that's why you said that. And he
yeah,
haven't been arrested. Then you say it maybe was not enough evidence to pin it on him because No, it's not enough. If he has not been arrested, there's not enough evidence
There's
as of
not
yet.
enough. Yeah.
Not to say that in this moment he's not being arrested. Not to say that tomorrow he won't be arrested. Not to say that next month he won't be arrested. It's saying right now, as of right now, there's not enough evidence to arrest him. That's it. The other China is also starting the theory that she never went to the hospital. Well, I mean, it's not a theory. Well, it's people's opinions.
Yeah.
People feel as though she did, and they do. The ones we're listening to right now, they feel as though she didn't go to the hospital. Like she went straight to the courthouse and filed charge or did what she did. It's a lot of people that feel as though she didn't go to the hospital.
Okay, here's the thing about that. They wouldn't have put child abuse on that
That's
court
not
order
true.
if
That's
they
not
had no
true.
evidence of any child abuse. You can't just go in there and say he abused your child without any evidence. They would need to see some kind of report that verifies child abuse happened.
Do you remember what a content creator put on her court papers when it came to Trey? Do you remember that?
Well, yeah,
Do
but
you,
it got
do
and
you
it got
remember
thrown
that
out, right?
content creator went to the courthouse, filed for
Yes,
some type of
I
order,
remember that. I
and
did a
what
whole
she
detail
said
on
was
that.
on those papers, and it actually didn't happen. Do you remember that?
Exactly, and it was not granted because of that, because there was
Well, we're
no
not talking. Well,
evidence.
that's true. That's true. So since it was granted,
There had to be some sort of evidence to substantiate that child
and
abuse
you know what I'm
happened.
gonna say. You know what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say you're right. There had to be some. There had to
Something.
be what? Let me.
Mhm.
There
I'm not.
had to be evidence of some abuse, not necessarily sexual abuse, because
Exactly.
it could have been evidence of physical abuse, mental abuse, emotional abuse. It didn't necessarily have to be sexual abuse. So yes,
Exactly.
some type of abuse happened, but
Yes.
what people are doubting is the sexual abuse for some reason. I don't know why, but that's what they're doubting.
Well, hence the child abuse being labeled, because child molestation falls under child abuse. Just
The
say I'm
truth,
right. Just
I'm
say
not
I'm
going back
right.
there with you. I'm not
Just say I'm
going back
right.
there with you.
Just say,
I am
Fawn.
not going
Where's
back
Fawn?
there with you, the truth. I'm not
Where's
doing it.
Fawn?
I'm not
Where's
going back
Fawn?
there.
Fawn, say I'm right,
I'm
Fawn.
not going back. You. Something's wrong with you. Something's really wrong with
Ain't
you.
nothing
I'm not
wrong with
doing it.
me, but under
You
the,
keep
the
saying
Maryland.
no, because you keep trying to make it seem like just because the molestation falls up under that child abuse
It
that he's being
is.
charged with that. He's not. You can't say that that's what he's being
No,
charged
I'm
with.
not saying it. I'm saying, but it does fall
But
under that
you
statute.
keep going back to
I
it.
showed you
You keep
that.
going back to it. You listen, it's not what you showed. It doesn't matter what you showed. You're not gonna keep you're not gonna keep saying just because that charge files up under that statute is that he was charged with that particular crime. We're not gonna do that because we don't know. We don't know. We don't know if the child abuse is just physical.
But
We
you're
don't
right.
know.
You're right, but I'm just saying it's under that umbrella. But again, she would have to have some kind of proof that it happened in order for it to be on this
No, some
protective
sort of
order.
proof that some sort of abuse happened,
Yeah,
not necessarily the sexual abuse.
I
Details.
agree. I agree. But it does fall under that statute. But I agree.
Oh my God, we get it. We
She
get
had
it.
to show some proof that some abuse happened to that child. Right? Just say I'm right. Where'd she go? She fell.
I ain't gonna know where I'm right
Okay.
here.
You're not gonna say I'm right?
No,
Oh my
because
God.
you keep throwing that up there. You keep making it a possibility that he's charged with that,
Yeah,
and we don't know that.
but I showed you on black and white. It says right there that falls under that. And it also number 5 says that even if it does, cannot be refuted, that you could bring the case.
Okay.
But this is not a civil case. She's not suing him for anything. She got a restraining order. That's it. In a family court. That's it. That's all this is. There's
This is
no
not
criminal.
even. But see, that goes to this. That goes to the fact that there's no criminal charges because it's not even in criminal court.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying?
So it's in a civil case, but it's a family court judge has granted her a restraining order, and somewhere in there you must have proof. And now I'm not saying
To
people
be
don't
honest, I'm
lie
gonna
all the
research
time.
it. To
Uh,
be honest, I'm gonna research it. When you go to a family court with a mom with 5 kids to ask for a order of protection, to me, honestly, I don't think you have to have much evidence at all. I think you have to have something for that judge to believe something is going on. But as far as proving anything, just outright proving everything you're saying, I don't think you have to have that type of proof in order to get an order of protection. Because
and
of,
we're going to see if this gets rescinded,
right, because it
because if
can
he has,
be.
it can. If because I'll have to go back to my ace in the hole, Steve Harvey. She got a restraining order against him, and 3 months later, when he found out about the restraining order, he went back in, and the restraining
Well,
order was rescinded.
you just gave credence to what I said. Thank you. Because
Well, again, I didn't say they don't
that
lie.
woman lied to get that order. So that means that a person can lie to get an order.
But you have to have some proof
Okay, so
for
she
the
had proof
judge
of
to
what she
believe
was
it.
saying then.
She
Essie
could,
Berry had proof of what she was saying then. Because she got the order.
yes, manipulating things, which she could have easily done
Well,
too.
that could be the
She
case
could have
here.
she could have
That could be the
manipulated
case
things
here.
and got the judge to feel sorry for her. I see it all the time. It
Didn't
happens
I
all the
just say
time.
that? Didn't I just
Yes,
say that
I
this
agree.
woman could have walked into court
I
with
agree with you.
5 kids and manipulated the system and got that order? You're just making me right, sir.
You're not right because you
Okay,
didn't say I
fine.
was right. I'm not saying you're right.
Well,
When
you
you
don't
say
have
I'm
to.
right, I'll
Everybody
say you're
sees
right.
it.
Okay.
Everybody sees it. Everybody sees that I'm right.
I'm not saying she couldn't have manipulated something to make the judge feel that way. Yes, it's possible. It happens all the time. But that whole child abuse thing, when you throw that out there, you got to have some kind of evidence
You
to
still gonna go back to that.
yeah, I'm just going because it falls under the umbrella of what I said. But
Hey,
I am
again,
True.
so sick of you talking about this damn umbrella. I'm finna put you play. Just be
Hey,
she
quiet.
True.
she also
Be
has
quiet, be
domestic
true.
violence.
Hold up,
Yes, fun,
True.
Bill. Yes,
Oh
fun.
God, here we go.
Some, hold up. Some just came to thought. Okay, she said she noticed it when she was changing her 4-year-old. Correct?
She didn't specify which baby, but we're assuming it's the 4-year-old because she could talk.
Why
I don't
is
know
the
why
four?
people think two
Why?
year olds can't. I don't know why
Okay,
people
I
think
get it.
2-year olds can't talk, but they can't be the 2-year olds in my family because these 2-year olds over here was talking.
Okay, my point is, why is that 4-year-old still in Pampers?
That don't Fine Berry, that's a whole nother realm.
I don't think
That's a
it's
whole nother realm. And then it might not have been a pamper, it might have been a pull up, and it even could have
yeah.
been it could underwear.
And
We
why
don't
is the
know what was
4-year-old in
happening.
the pull-up? They should be fully
We
packed.
Well,
don't
but
know
it
what the
couldn't be.
4-year old
She
had.
she
We
said
don't
both.
know what we don't know what the 4-year old had on.
Well, but she said both.
No, she said when she was changing her 4-year-old.
I don't remember her saying 4 year
First
old.
of
Look
all,
at.
she didn't say 4-year old.
She
That's
said
first of all.
changing her
Can
daughter.
I? Oh my God, I'm not gonna speak over you, sir. I'm not doing it.
I'm right. Okay.
She you want me to be wrong so bad. I'm being specific. She did not say the 4-year old. And she said it was determined with the other child, the 2-year old, which makes it the 4-year old. Because then she said when they went to the hospital, that they confirmed that the 2-year old also had been messed with. How they determined that? Don't know. How they determined that, and she didn't see evidence of it. Don't know. We're just going by what she said. We're just going by what she said. She said she was changing the child, saw the irritation, took them to the hospital, and the doctors are the ones that actually determined that both of them had been messed with. Okay, so that answer your question, Fawn. Hello?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's okay.
How you gonna ask a question and not be there?
First of all,
There you go. There you go, Miss Fawn.
you know what?
Baby, you gonna have a hit out on you. You better calm down.
Like I say, if you ain't never looked at any of this stuff, because this is nuanced. For one, it's an underreported crime, right? And then even worse, it's a crime that men and women that do it don't hardly get enough time for. So it's already an uphill climb to get this off the ground as a serious topic, because people do this and then end up out in 6 months on probation. It's not like people get life in prison for it. So there's, what I'm saying? They making it seem like I have to reach or something on something that should be quite obvious. When it comes to these types of charges, CPS will remove your kids on an allegation alone, for sure. Let alone if something actually happened. If something actually happened,
They won't necessarily outright remove the kids. That's not
Okay, I just listened to her video, and she did say when I was changing my daughter, my 4-year-old daughter.
Okay, we're back at that. What? So okay.
No, I just played the clip because I remember her specifically saying that
I'm
she was
saying, why is
changing
that
her 4-year-old
important
daughter.
though? What are you saying? What point are you
Because
trying to make? Oh,
sometimes the lies can add up in hindsight. That
what about
4-year-old
what
shouldn't
she
be
lie
in.
about? As far as the daughter, what she lie about?
Why is that daughter in Pampers?
Now we
That
going on
lady never
other.
Or
said
whatever.
Pampers. Listen, she never said Pampers. When you say I'm changing my daughter, that doesn't necessarily mean you. That doesn't necessarily mean Pampers, Fun Barry.
Could have been changing clothes. Could have been, you know,
Okay.
getting her dressed.
And if the 4-year-old is still in Pampers, that to me, honestly, it happens. Believe it or not, it does. But that's a case for another day, because CPS should have been asking her why her 4-year-old ain't potty trained, but it's not against the law. But when she said I was changing my door, that doesn't necessarily with a 4-year-old make me think of Pampers. I don't necessarily think about a pamper when you talk about 4-year-old, but it could have been it could have been a pull up. I know a lot of 4-year-olds still in pull ups, or like I say, it could have been underwear. I don't see a 4-year-old still being in no pampers though. That's ridiculous.
Okay. Let it
That
go.
is crazy. Now, if she had outright said pampers, baby, I've been looking at her like, what?
Mm-hmm.
You got to be specific. It could be a pull up. I changed 3-year-old pull ups. Yeah, Kimmy Poo. Hey, Elizabeth Moselle, welcome to the chat. Please be sure to subscribe. I feel like he was going to leave her broken without nothing and might have threatened to take the kids. So this is her next measurement to keep up her lifestyle and make him look bad if he is not in jail. Well, the thing about it is, if he goes to jail, she still ain't gonna be able to keep up unless she get another man with some money. Because if he go to jail, he ain't gonna be able to keep up her lifestyle. So it's I don't know, it's crazy. That's possible. I had a grandchild that still wore diapers, pull ups. Yeah, she could have had an accident. Cause see, when she say I was changing my daughter, that's a broad statement when it comes to changing her daughter, because it could be her clothes, her pull up, her underwear, whatever. She just said changing my daughter.
What, how come you ain't
Yes, and
yelling at
she said
Fawn?
when I was changing my daughter, I noticed she was you know, red and swollen or whatever down there.
Mm-hmm.
So
Hold
I
on.
don't know. I get it. When she said that, I automatically thinking you're changing a pull up or you changing a pamper.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Fawn is assuming.
I'm not assuming
Yeah,
nothing.
you yell at me all the time about assuming. Yell at Fawn for assuming that it was a pamper. Go
As
ahead.
a mother, when I said I'm about to change my daughter or I'm gonna change my son, that's what I'm talking about. That's what most mothers are talking about. You're going to change their undergarment, their pamper, their pull up, or whatever they're in.
That's
I'm
an
not doing
assumption.
this.
It's an
I'm not
assumption.
play. You know what? Roll the tape. I'm not doing this with you, clown. I'm not doing this with your ass.
happened. Damn, kids ain't going home with you tonight. What?
Right.
No.
Right. So let's just see. It's like I built this channel and this whole brand around being this man's wife and trying to teach other women how to attract good men and provider men and all these different things. And I truly held my husband, or saw him, as the bar for what every woman should, type of man that, or type of husband. I do have a question. Why did she see him as the bar? I
That's her
really
husband,
would.
man.
Yeah,
That's
I
her
guess
husband.
you're
I mean,
right.
why wouldn't she?
She saw him at the bar because he had money. That was the bar. Yeah.
I'm saying that's like, you know, I get.
Well, I guess what I'm
about that
saying
earlier. I
is
say credence to it's her husband.
it's her husband. But what I'm saying is like the bar is the bar because of the money. Is the bar because of something that he was doing for you, to you, with you? Like what made it the bar is what I'm just curious about that.
The bar was the money because the bar was raised when at 2 weeks when they got married. Cause she ain't know nothing about him. There wasn't even a bar. She didn't care nothing about no bar. She knew it was money. She knew that man owned those businesses. She knew that man had money. That's it in the South.
Well, it seems like her business model has always been, I came from being a single mother to a trophy wife. And so, I mean, I guess I would say everything in between there is supposed to be like upgraded, I guess, which is what makes him this better person. That was my assumption. But like I say, it's her husband. So I would assume that every woman is married what they consider to be the bar. And if you're not, don't marry dude if you don't look at him as the bar. Please don't be married.
So 504 Empress says for them to give her a police escort to another facility to have the exam performed, that tells me the doctor reported it. Well, what tells us that no doctor reported it is the actual lack of evidence of any charges being filed or reports on him or her.
True.
There's no paper trail. So there would be a paper trail.
That's not true. They said they don't do that examination.
What?
Right? Did the hospital told her we don't do that examination here.
No.
That's why they took her to another hospital. She was escorted by police to another hospital.
Yes, because the hospital she went to does not do that
the
type of
one
exam.
she was escorted to, they would have said it. They would have did the test and said what happened or what was discovered.
Yes, but he's saying that the police were involved, right? Is that what he's saying? The police were involved because they took her to another hospital, escorted her to another hospital. So the cops were called for the first hospital if the police are there at the first hospital, right?
I can't with you today, clown.
I'm just saying. Go ahead, rotate.
If the hospitals were involved and it's just not there.
Because what we can't do is conflate her story with that. You know what I'm saying? The realities, like, because she's just telling the story. But I can't let her story cloud my understanding of the reality of the cases she's referring to. I know too much. So if I just listen to you tell me, yeah, and the police took me here, and they took me there, and they brought me off at the crib with the kids. I just find that hard to believe that nobody got charged, but there was a determination that something happened to your children. And right. Again, like I said, you're not telling us that, though. Like, you know, because again, you have to look at this for what it is. When she said 6 weeks ago, hey, this was 6 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what she's talking about.
It definitely is. Definitely.
I didn't realize that the person I married was actually going to be my biggest nightmare. So basically, when I first met my husband, as I've already talked about in another video, I think it was my single mom video, I explained, a little bit about how we met. And I really thought that man was my Prince Charming. So when I first
let me pause this.
Met my husband,
because I found the comment that Lily is talking about, and right up under this, girl, press charges, have no mercy, right? And someone says if the police escorted her to the hospital, he was more than likely arrested.
That's
as a nurse, we have to call the police if there are signs of.
That's not true. Just the police escorted her to the hospital. That's not necessarily saying he was arrested. That's not true. And to be honest, let me tell you something. To be honest, that part of what she said, I'm just gonna talk, and I'm not saying she's definitely lying because I don't know that. But what I will say is that the police. I'm gonna let it stay at what she said. She said the police escorted her from one hospital. Cause you gotta think about it, okay? The police don't become involved. Well, the police would not now in the world that I lived in. Now, I'm not gonna say what happened in this case, right? In the world that I lived in, the police would not have become involved until An examination would, y'all listen to me closely, right? Because I want y'all to understand why I'm saying this. Her statement that the police escorted her from one hospital to the other gives me cause for pause, and I'm gonna tell you why. Once she took the children to the hospital, said what she said, told the doctors what the baby said or whatever, the police would not have become involved until the hospital was able to prove. Now, I don't know if this is true with her in her case, right? I'm only speaking about the case I know about it in real life. The police were not involved until it was proven that something had happened. And if they were not able to prove at the first hospital that something happened, there would have been no police presence until the second hospital. Do everybody understand what I'm saying? Does anybody understand what I'm saying?
You're questioning when the police were called.
I'm not questioning anything. I'm making a statement.
But you're
Okay. If I'm questioning anything, I'm questioning her statement that she was escorted by police from one hospital to the other. That's the only thing I'm questioning.
So she would have had to make the call to police because the hospital did not examine those
And
children,
just
right?
because she had made a call to the police don't necessarily mean they was gonna escort her from one hospital to the other. That's not. That's
Well,
that's.
I understand what you're saying. She had to make the call because the hospital couldn't have made the call because they didn't examine the children. They told her, "We don't do that here. I need you to go to this hospital." So she would have had to make the call to the police.
If the police was actually involved at
Yes.
that point.
We're questioning the police did not escort her anywhere. She went to the next hospital, and then the police arrived. Okay.
Now, I'm gonna be so honest in saying that as far now, I can speak from my experience from being a worker, emergency room worker, when I witnessed stuff like this and how it was done in the hospital, and then I can also speak from the personal side that from my what I know personally on my personal side. That family member that went through this didn't actually go to the ER. She went to her parent took her to her physician. She didn't take her to the emergency room. She took her to her doctor, who determined that something had happened. So yeah.
Those doctors made sure to do just that. Well, then where's the report? So that means that there's something off and fishy about this story because the hospital cannot get away with not filing the police report. They can't. They can't. They can't get away with that. They just can't.
So why is there not a police report of this being reported? I mean, we have court papers we have that protection order. Where is is that in the actual police report public record too?
And why would she not come out? She said everything else. She's on food stamps. She this, that, and the third. Why
I need
did
you
she
to
say
screenshot
that?
that. Hey, Funberry, can you screenshot that comment for me that she made? Remember I told you that was I didn't. Can you read that again?
Yes, but what I was gonna say is, why didn't you come out and say that charges are pending for him actually assaulting our child or our kids, the girls? She never stated that. You said every damn thing else. I'm just starting to think. Oh shoot. Hold on, let me pull it up.
She basically came out, to be honest, for me. She basically came out to put it out there that that the daughter said the man did something, and that the police said that the doctor said it was something that and the way she ended that video, to me, honestly, I had to give her the benefit of the doubt because it was emotional, but it was weird. It
Yeah,
was
but
really
you
weird.
didn't say he was charged or he's under
Yeah,
investigation
it
for
was
it,
weird.
or what they found in the examination. Yes, they said in the examination she was actually, assaulted or whatever. You never said any of that.
Fawn Cammy Food said she's deleting comments, so hurry.
Okay,
I know that one that I read yesterday gone. Now that's weird. I know
said
I couldn't
thank
find it.
okay, she said thank you for your empathy. This man has done everything to break me. Drain the accounts, cut off my cards, cut off the internet in the house, turned off my phone, had the family vehicle stolen. I've had to apply for food stamps. My children and I are struggling. I hate to even feel the need to justify needing help for 5 children after a situation such as this. People are people. I'll screenshot it for you though.
Please and thank you. Got a feeling we're gonna have to refer back to that because why is the other one gone?
Now I might
Why did
drop
she
off.
revive it? Why did she revive it?
Wait a minute, I may drop off, so I'll come
Okay.
back up. I'll come back up if I drop off.
Okay, I'll be looking for you. No, she wrong for this. Oh no, she. Mm. We got like maybe 10 more minutes, y'all. Then we're gonna call it a day, but we're gonna definitely come back with this, okay? Because we're gonna be halfway through this live, and then we're gonna get into the rest on tomorrow.
Well,
Request.
and unless you treat me better, I'm not coming back.
You a lie, you coming, or I'll come and get you. Sonya said requested for money, but did she ever ask for prayers for her children? Girl. Mm.
Um, I thought that he was my Prince Charming. I thought that he was my knight in shining armor, and he portrayed himself to be this amazing, upright, righteous
Girl, don't
Christian
listen to D
man.
Truth, Natasha. He coming back.
And I believed him. Um, I think shortly after we got married, and this is something that I haven't talked about, I started noticing like certain things
No, you hadn't
changed
talked about it because
with
it went
him.
against your brand. You was
And
lying. You've been lying to the people. Lying to the people, girl.
I just started to see a few things that I didn't like. But
I bet.
I honestly thought that some of these were things that I could get past. It was like sad to even say like I could get past some of these things. I don't
I
even know
just
what
sent
word
it to
to
you,
say.
Truth.
Hey. Oh my God, what's that note? What's that phone bill? She probably dropped that. Did she drop? Yes, she dropped. Okay.
6 weeks ago, I was changing my daughter, my 4-year-old daughter, and
Okay, she said 6 weeks ago. This video was put up at this point probably about a week ago. So she said 6 weeks ago. So that would have been, yeah, around September. Yeah.
I noticed that when I changed her, she was red and very sensitive. And immediately, my first thought was, did someone touch her? Oh God. So I asked her, I said, baby, did somebody touch you? And she ended up saying it was Dad. I felt like my world ended on that day. My husband wasn't home at the time when she told me. But I knew he would be coming home soon, so all I could do was just say, don't tell him that you told me. And I just instantly started trying to think of how I could get my kids out of the house, because I knew if I confronted him or asked him about it, that he would just lie, and that he would probably just continue to keep doing stuff to her, but just become more covert or more sneaky or whatever. As soon as my husband got home, he was actually picking up the boys from school, my 2 older boys from school. As soon as he got home, I told him that I was going to go Halloween shopping with my sister, because I just needed an excuse to get out of the house with all the kids. And I knew if I said something like, oh, I'm going to the grocery store, that it would be suspicious. Like, why am I bringing all the kids and like packing
Hey,
things?
pause it right there, right quick, man.
Things that we-
Pause it right there so don't get mad. So look, man, so you dummies out there who don't understand what you just heard. She talking about Halloween, fam.
Now
You
we're
realize
gonna
these
listen.
charges
We're
were
gonna
filed
listen to
before that?
this part right here, and I'm gonna listen to it without stopping it for a minute. I'm not gonna stop. 'Cause I want y'all to listen very closely to what he's about to say, and then after we get through that part, I'm gonna let y'all marinate on that, and we're gonna come back tomorrow. But I want y'all to listen to what he's about to say as far as the whole timeline, and y'all tell me what y'all think. But I'm gonna let it play without stopping it, and then I'm gonna stop it. It's easy. Instead of wanting to go to prayer room, I pray you trust him to pick up your son. Well, she didn't know when he was picking up the son. She had just found out. She didn't know about it when she found out what was going on. He was picking up the son, Elizabeth. So the sons. But anyway, y'all listen, okay? Just listen.
You know, like, you know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying, babe? If she's telling this story in chronological order, like most people do when they telling you a story, how are we dealing with what happened on Halloween when what happened to the kids happened a month before that? You filed this a month before Halloween. And then you got the official documentation right in front of you on that paperwork that says she had a judgment by Halloween. Right, babe?
Yeah.
Am I tripping?
No,
By Halloween, she
I was
already got a
thinking about
judgment.
that. I was thinking about that. I was like, that's kind of early for Halloween shopping, but okay. But then, like you said, the report is September 25th. So with that report being September 25th, I don't know.
He's supposed to be out of y'all life by and I ain't say, you know, again, you know, it's life, right? Not necessarily out of your head, but out of your life. It's a month and some change later. By the time you talk about Halloween, he's supposed to kind of be, you know what I'm saying, getting ready to go to jail at best. Because this is a month after you filed. It's a month after, well, no, it's a week after you've gotten the paperwork that says he ain't allowed around no more. So if you're just moving on with life, even, right? Because I'm trying to give her the benefit of the doubt. Let's just say you don't want to press charge. You just want to move on with life, forget it, leave it alone. I'm saying she's lying at this point now. Because even if you just want to leave it alone, move on, forget it, I don't want to talk about it, and then you come back a month later to talk about it, it still don't sound right that you're highlighting Halloween. Bam, Halloween, everything already done.
Yeah, we're that's almost a month old itself. On to those of you, the diaper situation, like she did not say diaper.
Hey, go back.
I think the assumption.
Go back, my bad. You
How far?
15 seconds for me. Just like 15 seconds so I can hear the Halloween statement in its entirety.
Oh, Halloween shopping with my sister, because I just needed an excuse to get out of the house with all the kids. And I knew if I said something like, oh, I'm going to the grocery store, that it would be suspicious. Like, why am I bringing all the kids and like packing things, like things that we would need and things like that. So going Halloween shopping was the best thing I could.
So let's say we're saying she's going Halloween shopping in September. Why isn't the timeline adding up though? She's telling us the story 2 months later. So I'm just trying to make sure I understand the story as she's telling it. And when you tell me I went Halloween shopping just to get out the house, cool. So if you did that in September, I guess that's plausible. But what I'm not getting about her making that statement is if it was a month later when all of this was done, and now we're in November and we look back, it does not sound like she's talking about a criminal case. She sounds like she's talking about what we see, which is you just got out the house, you took the kids and ran and got away from them. And that's what she's saying. Nothing in this says police. Nothing in this says I filed, I press charges, I want him locked up. Nothing in this says that. All this says is what she just told us, which might be true. I packed up some stuff, made up some stuff, and got up out of there. And went Halloween shopping. If that's the case, it's still that simple fact. You ain't go to the police though. You just got out of there, which is the problem for me because he needs to be in jail.
He absolutely needs to be in jail. If this is true, he needs to be locked up right now. So the point that I was saying too, I think that the confusion around the changing of a 4-year-old is, so some people were saying, well, she has to be talking about her clothes and not necessarily a diaper. We don't know. She could be talking about either one of them. But even thinking about when you say changing, that's the first thing that you go to, especially because of the sensitive area that she's speaking on. Because 4-year-olds, we just don't know. I'm just saying. I don't know if that's a point of, I see it's a point of contention in the chat with whether or not there was a changing and if she was changing her diaper or just her clothes or whatever. So we shall see. I don't see that a divorce has been filed yet either. But I just did a cursory check on the divorce. I can look a little bit harder though while we listen. But I just wanted to say that much.
I think of to just hurry up and get the kids out of the house. I'm sorry, I had to get myself together. So when I got to the hospital, they basically told me that we had to go to another hospital because they didn't do physical exams, like that kind of physical exam there. So a police officer escorted the kids and I to another hospital where they were able to evaluate my daughters. It ended up coming out that he had actually been touching both of my daughters.
So it came out where? At the hospital, right? Let's rewind.
Right.
It ended up coming out that he had actually been touching both of my daughters, who are only 2 and 4 years old. It still feels like a dream. Like when this first happened, I just kept waking up every day and just hoping that this was a dream. Because it's literally my worst nightmare.
So, did y'all get the whole timeline?
Yeah. This is my thing. September 25th,
Mm-hmm.
you going shopping for Halloween.
Hmm.
I mean, I'm assuming to go get their costumes. That's the only thing you shop for Halloween. I mean, people do get into it or whatever, but I didn't think about that when I first heard this because I didn't know the dates and all that. But that's very strange.
I'm sorry for that, y'all.
And she's saying the people at the hospital said they determined that she was touched.
Mm-hmm.
How?
Unless
You didn't
now,
say she was.
wait a minute. Now, the 2-year-old could have said it, which is to me mostly not likely, but they could have found some type of evidence of it.
Because that's the only way her genitals down there would have been swollen and red.
And like I said yesterday, and I hate to be so graphic, but touching doesn't cause swelling and redness, like just touching.
Exactly.
So it had to be in order for it to be determined, but with the 2-year-old, it had to be more than just touching.
Yes.
So
how was she touched? Was she hit? Were there bruises, or whatever? But if down there is swollen and red, that's not from a touch.
Right.
That's not even from fondling.
Right.
Ain't trying to be graphic, but it's not
But
even
that's
fondling.
true. That's true. That's true. It was more than just touching.
Because it came out your mouth red and swollen.
Now, to be fair, she said red and swollen with the 4-year-old. She did not say that particularly when it came to the 2-year-old. She just said it had eventually been determined that he had been touching the 2-year-old as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
yes, Cam, she said red. It was red and swollen.
Yeah.
Yeah, see,
I think I wanted to end at 4 hours, y'all. I'm gonna end it. So y'all can go and watch her video on her channel, which is the Announce Call ISIS, capital ISIS. That video where for those that haven't heard the entire video, it's on her channel. Y'all can go to my community wall to hit the link to visit Nyla's channel, who is the content creator that we're listening to as far as the live. And we will be back tomorrow. And I think I'm gonna try to go at 9 again, like I tried to today, but it didn't work out. But if not, I will definitely be on by 10 tomorrow. And we'll do part 2. We'll listen to the rest of this live. You fight the baby daddies.
Did you say 10? Okay, go ahead.
Where did you find the baby daddy? Oh, I gotta go. The truth sending me some stuff,
I
y'all.
believe I believe that is the baby daddies because she shared a residence with both of them.
Oh my God. And she did say, well,
And
actually, well, no, they can't. Well, listen, let me be clear. It doesn't necessarily have to be a baby daddy because the last guy that she stayed with before this guy, was not a baby daddy. He was not a baby. He was a boyfriend, but he was not a baby daddy. And she shared a residence with him.
well, the ages is what's getting me,
Okay.
and the time frame that the 17 and 19. I don't believe they were much older than her when she
If
had
you,
the children with them. And I'm
if,
saying that because she automatically said, "I need to find me an older man."
yeah. If
So
you
telling me
truly
those other
were
guys were young.
If you truly were observant, then there were signs before changing her pamper. As a teacher with 30 kids or more, I noticed changes to them based on physical movements and behavior.
Yes. And how was she around her dad when he comes around?
Mm. Thank you,
That is
Sanji.
so true. Their behavior changes,
They
especially when that person comes around them.
they'll scream out sometimes. Well, hence that live stream.
Mm.
But anywho, yeah, y'all, I hate to end it right here, but I do not want this live stream to be more than 4 hours. I did want it to be more than 3, but I just had to keep getting it out. But um so we are gonna continue this. We're gonna wrap this portion up. This is gonna be we're gonna be covering this for a minute, y'all. And like I said, the truth is still, as y'all know, the truth. He's still digging. So, and I'm pretty sure some other stuff is gonna come out, and I'm gonna keep y'all updated on all of this stuff. So, I will be back tomorrow, between 9 and 10. The truth and the raw. Yeah, I appreciate. I can't stand you. I appreciate y'all supporting this live stream, this content that matters. I do. I understand that we are used to the actual T as far as this T channel. Well, actually, I'm on both channels, so. And I explained at the beginning, y'all, the reason why I'm covering this on both channels, the T channel and the Crime and Justice channel, is because we started this out on the T channel because she is part of YouTube, and she's a content creator on YouTube, but it's on the Crime and Justice channel because it's now turning criminal, or maybe not. I don't know. But anywho, this is the one I'm gonna do it for a while as far as these cases concerned. Thanks for the support on both channels. Please, if you did not hit the like button, hit it on the way in. Please hit it on the way out. Like I said, thank y'all so much for supporting this live stream. Thank you, Renee. And yeah, I appreciate the truth. I appreciate you so much, even though you don't feel like I do. Farnberry, I appreciate you too as well. I appreciate the ones that actually support this type of content. Okay.
I'm not coming back till you treat me better. That goes for Fawn too.
Well, I'll treat you better. Just come back.
Mm.
I can't answer for fun.
Mm.
I cannot answer for fun. Thank you, Miss
Mm.
Lynn. Thank you, sweetie. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Miss Lynn. I appreciate all my moderators. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate it. And the subscribers and the monetary donations. I appreciate it all, y'all. I honestly do. And yeah, this I'm gonna have to now go into my woosah because y'all know this is a trigger. And so yeah,
The
thank you to
clown
Todd.
is the trigger for me.
Oh, I'm sorry for it, baby. And yet you still continue to support and come up, and I appreciate it. Okay.
Only because of you. That's it.
Did you hear that?
I'm not studying her.
Not studying her. All right, y'all. I love y'all. Y'all be safe, be blessed, never stress. Have a blessed, beautiful day. I may come back on another channel later. I don't know. We'll see.
After
Uh,
dark.
Huh?
Come on the after dark.
Oh yeah. Okay, I will. I might later on. Okay. With that being said, listen, y'all stay safe, stay blessed, and never stress. And until next time, True Siblings and State Gang stand up. And once again, thank all of y'all for the support. Until the next time, we out. Love y'all.
Bye.
Oh, and shout
Claustrophobic.
out to Trey. Shout out to Trey too. I Trey both thing. But yeah, shout out to Trey as well. Thank you, Lady Marie. Thank you, boo.
I'm feeling claustrophobic in this little tiny box you got us in.
Bye, D True. Bye.
Bye, clown.